Good morning. I will now call to order the November 12th Budget Committee meeting. Madam Clerk, please show for the record of this meeting that Mayor Haxton is absent with notice. For item B, declaration of interest, are there any declarations of interest from council? Seeing none, I will move forward to the land acknowledgement statement. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands originally used and occupied by the First Peoples of the Williams Treaties First Nations and other Indigenous peoples, and on behalf of council, I thank them for sharing this land. We also acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as East Gwillimbury's closest First Nation community and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and we join them in these responsibilities. Now we're going forward to, through our agenda to item D, presentations. We have none at this time. E, deputations, none at this time. And that takes us to item F, which is the 2026 business plan and budget. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Warren Marshall.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of Budget Committee. Happy to be here to kick off the budget discussions that we'll be going through for the next 3 days. If you can go to the next slide, please. So currently we're at the start of our budget discussions. Before we start our discussions, we're going to provide you an update as to where we're at in the overall budget process. Then we'll give you some details regarding the tabled budget, the 4 components of the tabled budget, and then we'll get into our detailed departmental reviews. You can go to the next slide, please. So this shows the next steps in the budget process under the strong mayor powers. So the budget was tabled November 3rd, and that starts the 30-day clock for council to make any amendments to the tabled budget. We have 3 days scheduled for Budget Committee to review the budget and propose recommendations for amendments for council approval. Then council has until December 2nd to amend or approve any amendments to that budget. If there are no amendments tabled, then the budget is deemed adopted. But if there are amendments that have been tabled and approved by council, the mayor has until December 9th to veto any of those changes. If the mayor decides not to veto those changes, the budget is deemed adopted then. However, if there are vetoes that have been imposed, council has until December 16th to override that veto, which must be done by a 2/3 majority of council. So at that point, wherever the budget stands, that's the budget that's adopted. Next slide, please. So the tabled budget has total expenditures of $83.6 million, and half of that it relates to our property tax supported operating program. Our next few slides, we're going to be going through a summary of each component of the tabled budget. And at this point, I'm going to pass the presentation on to Ms. Carolyn Brown, who will go through the capital fee and rate supported parts of the budget submission.
Good morning. As presented at our budget kickoff, there's approximately $87.2 million in approved capital costs that remain to be spent on important community initiatives. We'd like to remind committee of these commitments excuse me, in advance of hearing proposals for new projects, as it's important to recognize the scope of ongoing work and existing commitments. Some of the major capital works at various stages of completion and worth mentioning here today include the completion of the Help Park, continued investment in community revitalization along Yonge Street and Centre Street, and ongoing infrastructure rehabilitation and maintenance across the town. Next slide, please. Staff have proposed $21.1 million in new capital projects as part of the 2026 budget. This represents the capital budget as originally tabled and does not reflect the 2 addenda that have been issued since. The distribution of these costs among departments reflects those that own and maintain the majority of the town's infrastructure assets, with engineering, public works, parks, recreation, and culture, and water and wastewater representing nearly 90% of the capital submissions. The 10-year capital costs show parks, recreation, and culture's share increasing to almost 40%, driven by several planned expansions to existing parks and recreation facilities. Next slide, please. The 2026 capital budget is funded primarily from reserves, which account for about 80% of total funding. Over the 10-year forecast period, we see this the share of the overall forecast funded 50% by development charges, which will help fund growth-related projects to accommodate the anticipated development in the coming years. Next slide, please. The proposed 2026 program includes provisions for asset repair and replacement, community improvements, and municipal administration. Continued investment is proposed in the rehabilitation of roads and water and wastewater infrastructure, work on the Mount Albert storm outfalls, replacement of a pumper vehicle, and repairs and upgrades to parks and playgrounds. Planned community improvements include a location study for a 4th fire station, the introduction of the Safer Streets Initiative, several economic development initiatives, and responses to the continued demand for more pickleball courts. Continued improvements in municipal administration remains a priority, with a new pilot project role within the CAO's office, replacement of the town's website, and upgrades to IT hardware and software to improve efficiency and service delivery. Next slide, please. The 2026 proposed budget also includes the development and fee-supported budget. Expenditures have increased by approximately $335,000, which is related to a new position in the planning department, as well as increased costs in salaries and benefits. Building permit revenue is estimated to be lower in 2026 than previous years by approximately $77,000. This combination will result overall in an increased draw from the reserve accounts. As a reminder, each of the areas of the fee-supported budget have individual reserve accounts that are designed to maintain and manage the ebbs and flows of development activity. Increased draws during times of lower development activity are expected. Next slide, please. The region of York continues to represent a significant portion of the town's water and wastewater rate-supported budget, approximately 2/3 of total expenditures. As a result, changes in the region's rate have a direct and substantial impact on the town of East Gwillimbury's local water and wastewater rates. For 2026, the region's projecting a 3.3% rate increase, which is anticipated to continue over the next 3 years. The projected increase has been incorporated into the town's budget to ensure alignment with regional cost pressures and maintain financial sustainability in our rate-supported services. Specifically, we're experiencing an increase in expenditures of $1.3 million related to water and wastewater supply and treatment from York Region. Revenues increased by $1.7 million, which has led to an increased contribution to the reserves of $420,000, which aligns closer to the target that's identified in our water financial plan. The 2026 capital submissions total about $4.5 million, which will fund our water and wastewater rehabilitation programs, which are investments focused on maintaining our existing infrastructure, addressing aging assets, and preventing costly emergency repairs. I'm now going to pass it to Ms. Adema.
Good afternoon. Morning. Almost. We are often asked how much of the tax levy contributes to each department within the town. This slide is a breakdown showing us that our largest departmental shares are fire and emergency services and engineering and public works at 19% of that net tax levy each. Parks, Recreation, and Culture closely follows at 17%, followed by our Corporate Services Department. The percentage of 8% that you see on the slide for reserves and corporate expenses relate to corporate-wide expenses such as insurance, the cost of the election in 2026, corporate-wide memberships, contingencies, as well as our tax contributions to reserve. Next slide. Here at EG, we balance our budgets by ensuring that all of our increased costs have been assigned a way of paying for them. We do not budget for a surplus or a deficit. We also follow the principle of growth pays for growth. This slide describes various types of expenses that can result in higher costs and the options for funding each of them. The important point to note here is that we do focus on finding efficiencies, seeking out alternate sources of revenue, and use tax levy increases only when no other option of funding is available. Next slide. As Mr. Marshall mentioned in the previous slide, the 2026 tax-supported budget tabled by the Mayor on November 3rd includes total expenses of approximately $42 million. Included within this number is about $1.8 million of cost pressures. These pressures need to be offset by a combination of additional revenue, cost savings, as well as increased taxes in order to balance the budget. This slide provides the additional details into each category where those pressures are coming from. We'll be going through the budget in detail during the departmental reviews, so I'm not going to get into too much detail here, but I will just touch on the main categories of those pressures. Base programs are increasing, legislative changes have caused increased costs, service enhancements, and an increased investment in our community safety from our fire and emergency services are all areas that make up the $1.8 million in pressure. Next slide. In 2026, we do have some increased revenue opportunities as well as cost savings that are included in the tabled budget to help offset some of the pressures, and those total approximately $1.3 million. This slide provides the detail into each of those categories. Again, the departmental reviews will provide greater insight, but the main areas are described here. Next slide. As we saw in the kickoff, the town continues to grow and we welcome new residents and businesses to the town, but this growth comes with a cost to maintain those existing services. A high-level review of these costs are included on this slide, and all of our funding comes from the assessment growth revenue. With a growth pays for growth principle, these increased costs have a net zero impact on the budget. Next slide. The overall tax levy impact is described on this slide of $1.4 million. Prior to any dedicated funding initiatives, the net pressure is approximately $545,000. A further investment into the asset management plan and the final dedicated provision for the operation of the Health and Active Living Plaza make up the balance of the cost pressure. This total brings us to the $1.47 million. The total annual increase for the average household in EG is approximately $98, or about $8 per month. As a reminder, residents who may be facing financial hardships or be in a low-income category and cannot afford these increases, we do have a tax deferral program in place. Applications are available on the website, and residents who are qualified are encouraged to apply. Tax increases can be deferred while they remain in their home, and deferred amounts are settled upon change of ownership. Next slide. Another way of looking at the summarized tax levy impact is shown on this slide. When we combine the cost increases relating to the base programs, as well as the offsetting revenue and cost savings, we have a negative impact on the tax levy for 2026 of $215,000, which translates to approximately a $15 per year annual reduction to the average household. Enhanced services and legislated changes offset by the savings related to the Blue Box privatization results in a $45,000 pressure or a $3 annual cost to the annual household. The deliberate investment in fire and emergency services is $715,000, which equates to approximately $48 per average household. The planned dedicated asset management contribution of $570,000 in the tabled budget costs approximately $38 annually, and the final dedicated increase for the Health and Active Living Plaza is $24 annually per household. These categories will be described further in the upcoming slides. Next slide. New staffing will be discussed in detail at the end of the departmental reviews in our discussions over the next 3 Wednesdays. The 2026 budget includes a total of 13 new FTEs and 1 contract position, and have an overall tax levy impact of $960,000. Detailed staffing requests are provided in the new staffing section of the binder and are also available on the EG website. Next slide. In 2016, the town created a multi-year funding strategy to create tax room each year to offset the requirement of a large tax levy increase required in the opening year for new facilities. The 2026 budget includes net operating costs for the health and active living of approximately $2.1 million. The funding up to the end of 2025 that has previously been included in the base budget is $1.8 million. The final $0.3 million remaining for 2026 has been added to the 2026 tabled budget to complete this strategy and provide the necessary funding to operate the help. Next slide. Our asset management plan and financial strategy was approved by Council in June of 2025 as required by legislation. That study recommended a 1.6% tax levy increase per year for the next 10 years. This chart shows the annual and cumulative contributions that have been put in place since 2023, while the full asset management plan and financial strategy were being finalized. Continuing this contribution and building on it for 2026 is the recommended approach. Next slide. The 2026 budget includes an increased investment in the Fire and Emergency Services Department. This slide shows the investments that have been made in suppression staffing to date. The 2026 budget includes 4 new firefighters that will bring the suppression staff to a total count of 28. The annual cost of adding further suppression staff, when translated to an average annual cost per household, is approximately $10 per additional firefighter. Next slide. Based on 2016 assessed values, a 1% tax levy increase results in approximately $356,000 of revenue, which translates to approximately $24 to the average home value of $674,000. This means the tabled budget increase for 2026 is approximately $98 per year for the average household in East Gwillimbury. Even with this increase, we expect that East Gwillimbury will maintain its status of lowest relative taxes in York Region. As noted on this slide, the increase is broken down between the 3 categories, as already discussed: base programs that include inflationary and legislative pressures, growth-related pressures, and finally, service level enhancements. The budget allows for the existing programs and services with that related growth to continue. It maintains a focus on modernization and transformation so that we can utilize technology to offer improved services and enhanced service levels to residents. With that, I will pass the presentation back to Mr. Marshall.
Thanks. So the development of the tabled budget has taken months to get to this point, and as part of the budget submission, the budget included the proposed start of the automated speed enforcement program. And as we heard, or most of us have heard recently, the province has tabled legislation that just received royal assent to ban the use of automated speed enforcement effective November 14th. So removing the projected revenue and the proposed staffing request from the budget has an impact of $389,000 to our budget submission. So the province had mentioned that there would be funding available for road safety program enhancements, but we haven't heard any details regarding what that funding would consist of. So if council wishes to offset this impact to the budget, we've tabled a proposal that would mitigate the loss of the revenue within the budget. So currently, right now, the asset management program has a dedicated contribution built into the budget of $569,000. So, and if you recall, earlier in the year, we received grant funding of a bit over $1 million from the Building Faster Fund. And we applied that funding to 2 asset management related projects. One was road rehabilitation as part of the Mount Albert Revitalization Program, and the other was Queensville Side Road 110 bridge repair. So our proposal would be to offset the dedicated contribution to the asset management program of by $389,000 to offset the loss in revenue. We can do this since we've applied over $1 million to the asset management program for asset management needs. And with the reduction of the contribution, there'd still be a contribution, dedicated contribution of about $180,000, which was more than what had been included in the 2025 budget. So we can discuss more about this proposal when we go through the engineering and public works component of the budget, because that's where this is situated right now. So next slide, please. So this is a slide that shows the relative taxes paid on a typical 2-story detached dwelling in municipalities in York Region. What we've done is we've added a line showing the projected impact to the relative taxes in East Gwillimbury if this budget is enacted. And you can see that even with the proposed increase in the budget, this doesn't take into account any proposed tax levy increases from York Region or the municipalities, but just on the increase for East Gwillimbury will still be the lowest relative taxes for a typical two-story dwelling in York Region. So next slide, please. So in September, Council endorsed the following guiding principles to be used in developing the 2026 budget. We believe this budget satisfies all these guiding principles, and this slide shows how we've shown that the guiding principles have been met. So on slide 17, it was shown that the base budget is actually a negative increase. So even with the proposed mitigation that I mentioned earlier, the pressure on the base budget will still be less than current inflation. And just for information, inflation for September was running at 2%, and the average for 2025 was 1.9%. So the base program would still come under that amount. Slide 15 shows how we've offset growth-related costs from the new assessment that we'd be receiving in 2025. The budget includes hiring for 4 firefighters and contribution to help operations. So when the budget is adopted, day one after that, staff will still be tasked to find savings in their operating programs through our targeted cost savings. So there's still a target amount that staff would have to come in to find out, to find throughout the year. We're also implementing our new financial system and a new, an updated website, and to help us with efficiency and effectiveness and continuous improvement. There is a dedicated contribution budgeted for asset management purposes, and there is a 2.5% cost of living allowance included in the budget submission. So, and all of this, as we showed on the previous slide, still brings the town in with the lowest relative taxes amongst municipalities in York Region. So with that, I believe that's our final slide. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I believe we can get into further detail as we go through the departmental discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall and the team. Are there any questions from committee at this time before looking to move ahead and go to the departments? Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Acting Mayor Johns. I'd just like to repeat my question of having a slide which you have labeled the lowest relative taxes in York Region. I would like to have the names of the other municipalities unredacted. I believe it's important, even though we had a lengthy discussion at a previous meeting about what your chart is based on. I still believe that transparency is important, and that there are many other ways of comparing municipalities, not just a two-story house, in terms of the services that those other municipalities are receiving that we're comparing ourselves to. And so I would still like to request having a chart made available that identifies the other municipalities that we're being compared to for the lowest relative taxes in York Region.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, and thank you for all the work that's put into this. I wanted to start by talking about that this is the mayor's budget. The mayor has tabled this budget. We've not seen her or talked to her. I've called her. She doesn't pick up the phone. I want to know that she's going to be listening to the deliberations because she has a veto. If we put forward amendments, it's important that the person who holds the veto is going to listen to our rationale behind it. So I just want to confirm that the mayor will be engaged in this process, even though she's not here, before exercising any sort of veto.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the mayor has been, we have kept the mayor abreast of what's been going on through the budget process, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you. It's an odd process to have a mayor's budget when she's not here, but I understand from our conversations that we are following the legislation and doing what we need to do. It's just disappointing, I guess. I have one question about the automated speed enforcement shortfall. When I saw that, it shocked me because we had heard here when we talked about automatic speed enforcement that it would be more of a break even, that it wasn't going to be a money-making venture for us. And then when you see $500,000, it sort of belies that. So I'm wondering if you can help us understand why when ASC was presented to us, it was spoken about as not a revenue stream. I understand that it was going to, any revenue generated was going to be offset by other road safety enhancements. I'm wondering if you can just speak to that. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so you are correct that that the revenue generated would be used to offset any other initiatives. I might let Mr. General Manager Molinari speak to it a bit further, but the intent was any revenues generated would be used to offset further initiatives for road safety.
Through you, yeah, so ASC, and the revenues from ASC are going to be variable. So the first year, you're going to recognize additional revenues until the system somewhat stabilizes. That's been our experience in talking to, or that's what we understand from talking to other municipalities. And the intention was to use those revenues in order to fund other traffic safety measures. So it wasn't a matter of profiting from them, it was a matter of redistributing those, using those funds, because if you're not issuing any tickets, then you're not actually getting any value out of that program. So the idea was to use that speed enforcement, generate some revenues, and repurpose that into some traffic safety measures, whatever those could potentially be. Could be some calming techniques or some pedestrian crossovers and those sorts of things as we move forward. So that was the intention from staff's perspective.
Thanks, Mr. Molinari. Mr. Valchik?
Mr. Chair, just to add a little bit to Councillor Crothers' question, because my understanding of Councillor Crothers' question was about trying to address, was this intended to be a money-making program or a break-even? The reason that it is referred to right now as a loss of revenue is because from a fiscal planning and management point of view, it would be irresponsible on our part to plan to expend money that we haven't collected yet. We don't know, we did not know when we designed the program how much was going to come in year one. So likely the way that would have worked is we would have collected that money, put that money into a road safety reserve, and then planned appropriate expenditures to spend all of it in a break-even fashion on road safety measures. So it was simply timing. So it may seem a little counterintuitive that we're talking about a loss of revenue, but what we're really saying is at this point, if that money doesn't come in, it will not end up in a reserve, and it will not end up contributing towards road safety programming and initiatives. So it is absolutely a break-even. It was a break-even proposition, and unfortunate that we're not proceeding.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Crothers in follow-up?
Yeah, I think that helps explain it, because I have promoted it that way, that it's a break-even sort of initiative. And so when residents see this revenue loss, it doesn't look break-even. So I think the explanation that it was a break-even program in totality helps them understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy?
Through you, Acting Mayor John. So my question is with regard to the same issue with loss of revenue around a system that we had not even, as far as my understanding goes, we had not even purchased cameras or signed contracts or invested in this program. So how are we, from the plan that you proposed to make up for that potential loss, which we had never had revenue from ever, are you suggesting that we take the grant that we received from the province, over $1 million for building homes faster, and we're going to take it away from the Mount Albert Road Rehabilitation Project and the Queensville Side Road Bridge Repair? Is that what your plan was? Because you mentioned two other projects, and that you were going to use the grant that was going to be used for other projects is now going to be used to bridge that gap.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Marshall?
So through you, Mr. Chair. The intention was that we were going to propose that the contribution that we have in the budget for the asset management program, the $569,000, I think the number was.
Yes.
We were going to propose to reduce that. And the rationale was we've already made contributions towards asset management in terms of the grant funding that we've received for use for the Mount Albert Revitalization Project and for the Queensville Side Road Bridge. We're not taking away the grant funding from those two projects. We're saying that we've got a bonus by receiving that grant funding that we've attributed to asset management. So this could be a good year not to contribute as much to a dedicated asset management fund because we've received that $1 million.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm sure we'll have further discussion on that issue in the upcoming days. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to look to receive this, Councillor Roy DeClemente, Councillor Crone, Councillor Foster, I know you're there as well. Seeing none, oh, sorry, Councillor Roy DeClemente.
I do want to kind of discuss this automated speed enforcement piece, because it does appear, although the answer you've given, Councillor Carruthers, says that it was supposed to be net revenue, et cetera, what it effectively seems to be doing at this point is creating a hole in our operating budget that we have to fill by limiting our contribution to our asset management yet again this year. And so I'm concerned that we created a budget that talked about revenue that we didn't have the capital investments to create. If we're making a case to the province that that there's a hole that we need to fill, that's one thing, but I'm still concerned because it does look like we've created a hole in our operating budget and we're filling it by not contributing to asset management. So I'm still a little bit of a loss, to be honest.
Mr. Valchik.
Mr. Chairman, as we go through the budget process, we'll be able to confirm that there is adequate and sufficient contributions being made to asset management.
Okay, so with that, the motion that is documented within our agendas is be it resolved that the 2026 business plan and budget presentation be received. Madam Clerk, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that has to be updated to reflect the 2 addendum packages as well. So we have prepared an updated recommendation for your consideration. I'll put that on the screen before you.
Great, and if Mr. Marshall, perhaps while the clerk is bringing that up to the screen, if you wanted to address that?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair. So there were 2 addendums that were issued subsequent to tabling the budget. In those 2 addendums, there were some additional items that are not included in the budget submission. One was an additional corporate services project and an updated budget for water and wastewater project that was contained in Addendum 1. And in Addendum 2, there was a top-up of an existing project that was included. Those would need a separate amendment from council to be included in the budget, but they're here for proposal for council's consideration. So we'll discuss those as we go through the departmental sections. There's also a correction in the mayor and council budget that has been included in the addendum package as well. And we've prepared a resolution to accept the change to the mayor and council budget at this time, if council wishes, or if committee wishes to address that now.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. So I'm just looking for a bit of clarity, just plead ignorance on this. So really, this motion is first just to receive your presentation, and then the addendum packages that we received as a committee, package 1 and 2, what we're doing is looking to receive that. Is that the case?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the first part would be to receive the presentation and the 2 addendums, and then the next part would be
to discuss those once we receive them. Okay, is there any questions from members of committee on the motion that is sitting on the screen now that would receive this, and then as well as addendum packages 1 and 2? Thank you. Councillor Carruthers has moved that. Pause for any questions, comments. All those in favor? Councillor Foster, yep, great, thank you. Motion carries. So, thank you, Mr. Marshall and team. So that takes us to department reviews. Oh,
no, so
Mr.
sorry.
Marshall, go ahead.
So through you, Mr. Chair. So in the addendum package, there was also a correction to the mayor and council budget that was included. And if committee wished to address that correction now, we've prepared a resolution that committee could entertain and consider if they wish to at this point.
Mr. Marshall, did you wish to speak to the clarity on the correction, if just to give light to the committee prior to their voting to receive that?
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair. So in the salary and benefit line item for the mayor and council budget, our preview budget had an amount in it, and when we went to the tabling of the budget, a different amount got put in, and we would like to correct that. It reflects the salary and benefit adjustment that should have been made.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. So just for clarity purposes, though, the presentation that you did present to us and then the breakdown by the dollar amount per average household and whatnot,
Yes.
does this addendum adjust anything that you have just presented?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, what we have just tabled represents the amount before the correction. So if committee adopts this correction, there'll be an adjustment to the salary and benefit line item to reduce it.
Thank you. I read it backwards. Okay, you're reducing the budget. Is there any further questions on this? Okay, I know that Councillor Crothers did have her hand up, and then Mr. Valchek had her hand up too. So we could move rapidly as far as I'm concerned, but Councillor Crothers.
First of all, we just should have a mover while we're discussing this, so I'm happy to move that. But I would like it to show that it is correcting an administrative error, that we're not making any adjustments, that it was actually an error in the budget that needed correction. So if we can put some language, can we put that right in the resolution rather than in the chart, or is that not appropriate?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the chart would display itself into the minutes, but we can certainly make that amendment if you want it in the be it resolved section, Councillor Carruthers.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Carruthers, thank you for moving that and providing clarification. So with Councillor Carruthers moving this with the amendment, is there any further discussion from committee? I see where Mr. Foster is on my screen here. So there, seeing none, there's no hands up. So all those in favor? Motion carries. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, that takes us to item F2, department reviews. And I'm looking at my department reviews, and on my agenda specifically, who would like to be taking this away and leading the beginning of the department reviews for us under item F2?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I can kind of lead us through the agenda here.
Thank you for your leadership.
So the first department on the agenda is corporate services, and the tax-supported budget starts on page 27 of your binder.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to present the corporate services budget for 2026. I would like to acknowledge the corporate services leadership team who contributed to the development of this budget, as well as a little bit of help from our friends in the CAO's office who have assisted us along the way. So I'll start by just talking about the department. Our team consists of 33 full-time employees. And we provide communications, customer service, information technology, bylaw, environmental initiatives, and people and belonging services. Among our key activities, which is listed in the budget binder, we provide support to the corporation and the community through the branches as outlined. And we also provide support to committees of council and administrative support for mayor and council, And we champion cross-departmental priorities. This most recent year, encampments was something that did take up a considerable amount of our time and leading the cross-departmental efforts. Our core programs and services, as well as the projects and strategic initiatives, are outlined in the following pages of the business plan and budget, I believe in 26 and 27. I'll highlight a few of the key projects planned for 2026. So in 2026, we are looking with the approval of the budget to create a new website. We are going to, our IT team is going to be very much involved in the financial system implementation. We have a budget line item request for cybersecurity enhancements, and that's something we are dealing with on a daily basis. We will continue to advance the council-approved environmental strategy. We are looking to improve our ticketing software to facilitate the administrative penalty system. And we're going to be providing communications, people and belonging, customer service, and IT support for the 2026 municipal elections. We will continue to advance the EGU Belong Employee Experience Strategy with a launch of succession planning and new onboarding tools for employees to make their transition to EG a lot smoother. The corporate services budget includes 2 staffing requests, an accessibility, indigeneity, and equity coordinator. The accessibility portion of this position is legislatively required with funding from growth, as was outlined in the previous presentation, and that reflects the increased need to support staff in the community from an accessibility perspective. I'll note that the prevalence of disability in York Region increased by almost 4% over the last census period, and we anticipate that number to grow. The position has been funded through contract dollars initially in 2024, a part-time position. The demand for its need increased significantly, and it was funded through full-time contract dollars in 2025. The individual in this role led the creation and implementation of staff training for accessibility content, and is leading the multi-year accessibility plan, which is legislatively required. In addition, the town has made a significant commitment to truth and reconciliation. The flag installed in our council chambers is a reflection of one of the initiatives, but in addition to that, there are considerable work in terms of including discussions with Williams Treaties First Nations on the secondary and official plan process. So that is part of ongoing work that the role undertakes. And I will also note that this is perhaps a little bit person-specific, but something that we have realized the benefit from, the ability to write grants and to seek grants for, in particular, accessibility activities, but also a number of initiatives in support with the library and also our environmental initiatives. Over the last year, the individual wrote 9 and supported 3 grant submissions for over this past year for a total of $1.68 million in applications. And of this, so far, of these grants, the total grant applications for accessibility was 946,000, and so far 636,000 have been realized in actual funding to the municipality. So there has been considerable revenue generated in this space. And with regards to equity, the individual and the position is supporting our legislative requirement for employment equity through policy development and coordination. So I will now turn to the second position, the communications assistant position. I want to underline that this is not a new position. We have had a communications assistant in our organization for a number of years, funded through part-time dollars, and in some cases, some contracts, capital projects were benefited by this individual. So the funding source is actually from 2 part-time positions, one from the communications branch, one is from the general manager's cost center, and these funding sources cover about 2/3 of the total funding requested for the position, which leaves a tax levy impact of approximately $39,000. The position the funding provides for stability, continuity, and reliability for our communications program in terms of our social media and our website content in particular. The individual manages all of our social and digital channel campaigns, maintains the website, and assists with the production of or execution of communications plans and the weekly e-newsletter. I will now turn to department metrics, or should I pause for questions? I'll continue for, okay, I'm taking my cues. I have pauses for questions in here. I will do that. I'll turn to department metrics. And so for department metrics, the number of customer service interactions edged up from 2024. The high volume in 2021 and 2022 is most attributable to the pandemic. The increase in 2025 is also reflected in the service requests we're managing. So there is a continued increase in service requests. In 2025, our campaign to promote digital channels led to more than 2,000 new social media followers and almost 200,000 additional website views, showing strong community engagement. We recently presented results of the 2024 communication survey and the efforts that followed. Our website is the top source of information for residents, followed by social media. And both of these are evidence to the fact that our digital media are continuing to reach our audiences. And of course, moving forward, we're going to continue to look at all of the ways in which we reach audiences. Turning to people and belonging, there has been an increase in training dollars, and that reflects our efforts to equip staff with skills in a number of areas: report writing, briefing notes, Employment Standards Act, presentation skills, creating accessible content is among those training offerings that we've had over the past year. We've also engaged the community through 2025 with 12 events, including Newcomer Welcoming Week, which we recently hosted in conjunction with the library, Lunar New Year, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and our first ever Emancipation Day event. In this chart, I think it also speaks to, yes, employee turnover, which I'm pleased to report that there's been a decrease in 2025 to 11. Not surprisingly, I think we can turn to the next slide. Not surprisingly, with the Health and Living Plaza, there was a considerable increase in the number of resumes received. That's 20% increase from 2024. We had a 37% increase from 2024, the number of interviews conducted, and the number of job postings increased by 9%. And just to reflect, we might have one job posting for one position, but multiple roles to fill. So just to help clarify that stat. And in the information technology slide we'll turn to, in IT, we're seeing a steady increase in hardware devices managed, as well as digital forms and automation. That reflects our staff and our efforts to continue to automate and digitize where possible. The increase in emails blocked, I'll turn your attention to that, reflects our attention to cybersecurity and the importance of our email filter product. Malicious emails are our number one security risk, and our ability to detect and prevent exposure to staff and to council is vital. In the environmental initiatives branch, we've had a number of initiatives. There's an increase there which reflects activities related to Earth Day, events seeking community input for the climate action program, workshops and such, and attendance at open houses. And we also have initiated and working in collaboration with Georgian Island First Nations, we have had our first Indigenous Sharing Circle, which was a highlight for the year. The number of participants in this events are reflected in the accompanying graph. And so you'll see that while there's been a slight decline in that area, we have had some events for which the I'll use the garbage and waste collection events that we had earlier in the year, and maybe not that many participants, so we're reevaluating that strategy and looking at having fewer events with more participants. And next year, we're looking to enhance these stats now that we've tabled our corporate energy plan, and we'll be able to talk about greenhouse gas emissions now that we have baselines from that were presented to council very recently. In bylaw services, our bylaw team continues to experience a yearly increase in bylaw response and supports to the community. The increased call for service has resulted in increased inspections and parking tickets issued aimed at promoting education, compliance, and overall community safety. I will just speak briefly about the opening of the Health and Active Living Plaza and the support that was provided to that team. We provided support for the new facility in terms of new workstations. We have now operationalized the customer service desk, and we led all the communications leading up to the grand opening support and supported the recruitment of 123 staff. So that's just the incremental work that was done in 2025, and I wanted to point that out in terms of the support that corporate services provided. I will now pause for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gandhi. So looking to committee, and I also have Councillor Foster realigned on my screen so I can see him as well. So take the opportunity to go around the committee table. I know people are feverishly looking at numbers and looking down their pages. We'll pause for a few seconds to. Councillor Roy D. Clemente, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at the key metrics in bylaw enforcement. It's page 35. The number of parking tickets issued seems to have really dropped. Is there something that's happening operationally there that doesn't seem to match some of the other metrics we're seeing in bylaws?
We've had, in terms of the bylaws area, and I may turn to Jennifer Nichols to continue with this answer, but I'll start. We had a period of time where we had some staff turnover in bylaws, and I would say that that was a significant contributor to the availability of staff to issue those tickets. We have now hired 2 new individuals over the last over the last 2 months. One who is essentially dedicated to parking ticket enforcement, and we've started to stagger shifts so that we can cover beyond the 8:30 to 4:30 time period. And so the decline is, I would suggest, mostly a reflection of the fact of some turnover and bringing on new staff and having them get up to speed in that space. I don't know if, yes, I'm getting a thumbs up.
Thank you. It's certainly an area that, as members of council, we hear a lot about and we get a lot of complaints about. So in enhancing our enforcement activities in this area is certainly something that we've discussed in the past. So I'm happy to see that number climb next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Acting Mayor Johns. So I just wanted clarification. On the summary, it states that there's 33 full-time staff in the corporate services, and then it says 2 new FTEs and bylaws. So are there new staff in bylaws, or how does that break down, that 33 full-time staff? Because I also have a question about enforcement. I'd like to just report that I think there's a big an effort needs to be made in terms of education. I even heard, even though I'm in Ward 3, I heard from residents in Ward 2 the morning after the snow on Monday morning that every single car on Jim Mortson Drive had a parking ticket on it because of the snow, and when you shouldn't park on the roads when there's snow clearing activities going on. But so I think there's an education component there that needs to be improved, specifically for around the Health and Active Living Plaza. But also, if you could clarify the exact numbers in bylaws and where that 33 full-time employees breaks down to. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the 33 full-time employees is inclusive of the bylaws staff, which began reporting to corporate services in September. So we have a manager who is full-time. We have one person who is currently on leave in bylaws, and so for that person, we have a replacement. And then we have 2 other full-time positions that are fully staffed. And we have a bylaws assistant. I may be getting the title a little bit wrong, but that's the individual who does all of the intake and coordination with the bylaw inquiries. We do have 1 vacant MLEO position, which we will be looking to staff in about a month. So that is the breakdown of the bylaws team.
Councillor Leahy, in follow-up?
Yes, I have one follow-up question. So how many bylaws officers are responsible for permits regarding like demolition permits, for example? And so I'm wondering about, because I've asked the question in the past with relation to another matter, and the response that was given was that there were, because of staffing pressures, there weren't necessarily the opportunity to do on-site inspections prior to demolitions. So I'm wondering about that component in bylaws.
So through you, Mr. Chair, demolition is part of the buildings branch, so the bylaws staff are not responsible for doing those types of inspections.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Rudy Clemente.
Thank you. Just on page 27 with the staffing breakdown, can you give me the breakdown between communications and customer service, please? There's 11 bodies in there. What's the split between those 2 areas?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we have in customer service 6 full-time customer service staff who work between the Health and Active Living Plaza, the Civic Center, and the Sports Complex. We have 1 manager, and we have 11 part-time staff. In communications, we have a I'll put the director in the communications area, but the director serves both communications and customer service. And then we have 2 full-time employees within communications, plus the communications assistant who has been funded through part-time dollars. We also had the benefit of an individual who was supporting, or 2 individuals who were supporting us through the Health and Active Living Plaza launch. And for this new year, one of those positions we're looking to seek to support the website work.
Thank you.
Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was debating whether or not to go down this road or not, but it's not a major issue. But your comment about, Ms. Gandy, about we're taking on more pieces of equipment to give to staff, like phones, is it's causing some pressure. I'm wondering, and this is certainly not for this budget, but something to consider going forward. Is there an opportunity to look at our policies around what we give our staff? Everyone has a phone. Is there an opportunity just to say, bring your own device, and maybe there's an incentive just instead of issuing 2 phones? I was offered 2 phones when I started this role. My first term, I took the second phone. I hated carrying it around, and I ended up forwarding a lot of my calls from one phone to the other. And in the second term, I just did away with it, and everything works quite nicely. Thank you very much. So I'm just wondering, thought for for the future, is there an opportunity for you know, folks in IT or your department to really look into, are there opportunities where we can maybe economize a bit on how we handle our the equipment? And just out of curiosity, is if we give someone a corporate phone, is that in any way considered a taxable benefit? I wouldn't think so, because it should be like a tool to do your job, but anyway, just food for thought for the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we do have a bring your own device approach. The phone I use is my personal phone, and it's the one I use for corporate use. And so we are always looking at what is the most economical and efficient. There was a time and place where we had desktops, hard desktops, and we had laptops. And so we've become quite efficient in the use of technology, and so we are happy to pursue that. I don't believe that the corporate phone is a taxable benefit. It is not, as I look for confirmation. As we continue to look at how we're using and focusing on security, that's going to actually put a little bit more of a tightness around the equipment that we are using and the ability to be pretty precise as to what staff can and cannot use to conduct business.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Acting Mayor Johns. I agree with that assessment. I know it's cumbersome to carry two phones, but I think for security purposes, it's very important to have that delineation and potentially protection for the town. My question is with regard to your metrics on page 34, which have to do with environmental related community engagements. And you did mention, you acknowledged that there has been a decrease in the number of people who participated in environmental related engagement activities, despite the number of activities increasing. But I wanted to verify, you have on your chart here Nature Day, and Nature Day used to be celebrated at the Ross Family Complex every September in Mount Albert, and it's my understanding was it did not happen this September. So I'm wondering if Nature Day somehow morphed into something else, and I would like to understand the rationale for removing Nature Day, because it was always a very enjoyable event, and I missed it this year when it was done away with.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to have to verify the information around Nature Day. We don't organize Nature Day, we participate in it. And so I'm just seeking, Aaron, yes, so Aaron would be able to speak to that.
Mr. Karmazin.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor. The reason we took a pause for Nature Day this year is we were focusing all efforts on the opening of the Health and Active Living Plaza this fall. We do plan on resuming Nature Day in 2026.
Thank you very much. That's good to know, because we missed it. So I look forward to an even bigger and better Nature Day next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
The deeper history of that event was that it was actually initiated and planned and run by the Mount Albert Lions, and it grew beyond their ability to maintain it, and so the town stepped in to assist. So it wasn't necessarily something that was included in our event strategy in the long term, but that was where that happened. So that's part of the reason why it sort of dropped off, because the Lions themselves were unable to maintain it.
Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. Ms. Gandhi, just clarify something for me. I believe you probably mentioned it and I missed it, but to do with bylaw enforcement staffing, you mentioned one on leave, but there was a replacement, and one vacant spot that you were looking to fill. That is indeed an extra vacant spot, nothing to do with the one that's on leave, correct?
Correct. Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions from committee at this time in release? Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Acting Mayor Johns. So there, you mentioned one of the additional requests for staffing in corporate services, and it was related to Indigenous and accessibility. Now, it was my understanding that when there was a position that was voted on in the last budget, that a full-time staffer was hired to, I thought my impression was that they were covering everything in the IDEA action plan. And so I was just a little bit surprised to see that there's a request for another full-time position to take care of other aspects of the IDEA action plan. So could you please clarify what the overall job description basically was for last year's job hiring versus the upcoming one that you are looking to fill? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is only one position. In 2024, we hired through a part-time contract an EDI coordinator, and that individual was responsible for assuming the role actually that I had undertaken when I joined the town in terms of building relationships with various communities and advancing our truth and reconciliation efforts. That role expanded in this current year, in 2025, again through a full-time role. As we grow as a municipality, we increase our points of service, and we also adjust to reflect the priorities that we have. The new position title was created. This position title, Accessibility, Indigeneity, and Equity Coordinator, highlights the priorities that we have. It does include all of the work that has been proposed in the IDEA action plan, and we've just recently published an update on that particular report, and in building relationships with a number of communities in EG. The accessibility piece and indigeneity and equity, those were named intentionally. We have legislative responsibilities in terms of accessibility and equity, and we have made a commitment as a municipality to advancing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's reports and recommendations.
You have a follow-up, Councillor Leahy?
Yes, I don't want to belabor the point through you, Acting Mayor Johns. I'm just still not clear. I thought that the position that was expanded to being full-time last year, originally in 2024, moving from part-time, expanding to full-time in 2025, I thought that role was covering all of those areas already.
It is contract. That was what was covered for 2025 and continues to be covered for 2025. We've simply changed the title of the position.
Oh, okay. Well, that helps clarify things. Yes, okay. So you're looking to move it from a contract position to a permanent position, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That's the aspect I was not fully understanding. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. Through you, is this position included in the 7 people under people and belonging?
Currently, it is, no, it's a contract position.
So you already have 7 people in people and belonging, and you're going to add an 8th?
Sorry, it is included. I stand corrected. It is included.
It's already included?
Yes.
Okay. I'm confused then, because I would imagine that the part of the operating budget is what's already in the budget, and yet we're adding an FTE. So now I'm not sure what I'm seeing here on my charts doesn't necessarily match with what's actually happening. So when I look at customer service and communications, I'm seeing 11, but I had more than 11 names or individuals or positions named to me, and now we're saying that there are 7 people in people and belonging, but there might be 8, but it's only 7. Help me, please.
Mr. Marshall, I see, has his hand up, just looking to provide some clarification.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the proposed budget includes the new staffing requests but they're permanent full-time requests. So I think Ms. Gandy was also explaining some of her part-time staffing requests, which is where I think the confusion is getting. But the budget as tabled includes the proposals for the new FTEs.
So when there's a project that is associated with an individual, for example, we have, under communications and customer service, there were 2 people who were doing the Health and Active Living Plaza launch, one of whom of those individuals would be assigned to the website project. Where do they fall? Because it seems to me that the website project is a capital expenditure, and yet staffing is an operating expenditure.
The cost associated with the website, so just to, I'll try to put some form to this. When we look at the website cost as a capital cost, it includes the dollars required for contract individuals to support that work. So they're not included in the complement of staff, they're included in the capital budget item.
Wish for the opportunity to be discussed under capital projects. I'll just kind of earmark that there. I'm seeing some nods, so that's acknowledged. Is there any other committee members wishing to speak on any items as it pertains to corporate services? Okay, seeing none. Oh, sorry, Councillor Roy DeClemente, of course.
I needed a moment to collect my thoughts. So the budget as presented includes the proposed new staff. It's not being incorporated into it later. So that, I'm finding that a challenge, because when I'm looking at these operating numbers, you're requesting new staff, and that has an operating impact, and we see that operating impact, but it's already been included in the operating budget. So if we say no to those new positions, or we want to keep those positions on contract in the short term because this is potentially a year of austerity, that would have that could potentially have an impact on the operating budget and or capital, because if we kept them on contract, it might be coming out of working capital.
So through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. You would have to make an amendment to the budget to have that happen, though.
Thank you.
Pausing just briefly. Councillor Crothers.
So just to clarify, it's different than what we've done in the past, because this is a budget under strong mayors. So these positions aren't for us to decide on later. They've already been approved by the mayor. They are incorporated in our budget. If we decide that we don't want them, then it's an amendment, and of course it would reflect the operating. I kind of like doing it this way, that we can see the impact on each department as we go. If a department was over by 10 or 15%, then maybe we have to take a look at how many staff are there. But when we see this is within the rate of inflation, and we're adding a new staff, that shows that there's tightening happening elsewhere to accommodate this, and I really appreciate that. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Mr. Valchik, did you have a response to Councillor Crothers, and then back to Councillor Roy DeClemente?
No, Mr. Chair, I was going to say something very similar, that this budget, as you see, is it's a little more, the process that's been outlined by the province that we're following, it's a little clearer to see the impacts of the proposals up front, because they're embedded. So as you're going through your deliberations, you're actually considering amendments to what you see before you, as opposed to amending to add and then sort of assess what the impact is, and that sort of iterative back and forth. You can see what the impacts are of what's been proposed, because it's embedded, and now to Councillor Crothers' point, you're going to assess whether you're recommending any amendments to what's before you.
Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. I just appreciate the committee's patience as you try to teach an old dog new tricks, because I've been doing it for 15 years a different way, so, well, 14, but thank you for that. I did want to just comment that while this departmental operating increase is sort of in line with inflation, part of it is because an entire position has moved into another department. And so I don't want to steal Mr. Marshall's thunder, but his department has increased dramatically because of that change in position responsibility. So anyway, thank you very much for that opportunity.
Ms. Gandhi, you have your mic on. Are you?
Oh, sorry. Just to clarify, when that change happened in asset management, there was also a corresponding change from bylaws to corporate services. So there's an offset conversation there. But I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
So members of committee. Councillor Foster.
Thank you. Understanding all I've heard about this position, I think it's going to be important that when we get to maybe the staffing end of this, that, again, I always say I like to keep things a little on the simple side. In a time where we're trying to always, at budget time for sure, but always we're trying to think about the taxpayer and the tax levy that we're looking at. Let's just simply look at this position from contract to permanent and tell us which one is cheaper, and give us reasons why we should move to a permanent position at this time and why it won't work for another year the way it has so far. If it's something that is cheaper and we can give our ratepayers a bit of a better deal, I think we need to look at that. So I just want to see some simple numbers on how that works. Thank you.
Ms. Gandhi.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to the councillor's point, which position, there's 2 new positions in corporate services, so I wasn't sure. Maybe I'll speak to both of them. The contract position in communications has been funded for several years through part-time dollars, and where capital budgets would provide for additional support or needed additional communication support, we would use those funds. And so this position has been in place for a number of years, since 2022, I believe, that we've taken corporate services part-time budgets to fund it. There is a matter of business continuity and making sure we're taking care of people who we hire and making them, providing for them all the benefits of working and some stability and working with this municipality. And so removing that position would affect service, because that individual is responsible for social media and our website, maintaining our website updates, along with the departmental support who individuals and departments also contribute to that. So if we were to not have the communications position made full, we would probably revert to the process that we had before, where we were using part-time dollars. But there would still be a $40,000 delta that we would need to get from some source to be able to pay the individual a full-time salary. So there is that. I don't know what capital budget or capital source we would draw from for that position. The accessibility, indigeneity, and equity coordinator position, 50% of that is being funded by growth, and the rest of it is a tax levy impact. And so the need for that position, I think we have reaped the benefits from this position in countless ways. The ability to garner additional revenue for the municipality and address our accessibility needs, the ability to build relationships with Georgina Island First Nations, the ability to pay attention to our equity legislation and our compliance that we need to adhere to. Those are areas where the individual and the role, I'll speak to the role, has become I would say indispensable. So very, very critical to have this position. And I'll just reiterate that it is only 50% of the position would have a tax levy impact. I see that the CAO Patrick has some comment.
Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. First of all, I just wanted, I'm hoping Mr. Marshall can just confirm this. Councillor Roy DiClemente saying that a whole area, like a sub-department, was moved out. When we move, like asset management out of corporate services, or we move bylaw in, all the budget from the previous year on our chart moves with it. So we're still comparing apples to apples. If we move out asset management and it's, just for round numbers, it's one person earning $100,000, the budget would then go down by that much because it's moving out. So the net impact to the department should be the same because you're still comparing apples to apples. What was spent on asset management, what was spent on bylaw moves when that moves to the new department, correct?
So through you, Mr. Chair, when we move branches or departments, we do restate. So we do move the previous year's budgets forward. When it's an individual, we don't do that. So that's where you see in the finance department, there's an increase. But in the corporate services, you'll see the whole bylaw branch moved over.
Okay, thank you very much. And then the other question I wanted was on the concept of whether this new position comes out of working capital or operating. And I think that it's really important that when we do a pilot, we take it out of capital, working capital, because, and correct me if I'm wrong, because we're not sure if that is going to continue or not. So it doesn't make sense to build it into the tax base if that person is not going to continue on. And this was a perfect use of that because we weren't entirely sure whether it was a part-time position or a full-time position, how much work was there, how much revenue that position would generate in the form of grants. So we started as a pilot, and then we moved it to a pilot again, even though staff said this is a position we need to have filled, and we moved it back from operating back into capital again to have it as a pilot for another year. And now we're hearing from staff for the second year in a row, this is a position we want to fill. So to put it back into capital as a third year on a pilot, to me doesn't quite seem open and transparent on how we use that line to cover pilots. So I'm happy if there's other positions that we feel are actually a pilot, that we use that working capital for that. But with this one, it seems like this is a position that is generating income really for the town, and that making it permanent in the operating budget actually reflects what this position is doing. This is not someone that we are considering on a contract basis. This is someone who we want to continue to generate those grants for us.
Councillor Cron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Ms. Gandy. I'm going to pick up on some of what Councillor Carruthers is saying. I think if you take the position details out of it for a second, if the contract positions, I guess my first question is, the contract position are they being denied, by virtue of being in contract, are they being denied any benefits that a regular full-time employee would have?
Through you, Mr. Chair, typically we do not provide the full suite of benefits that we do to full-time employees. So that is one of the components. But the piece that I think is also very important is that there is an element of job security and stability for the organization and for the individuals as well. Being in a contract position for multiple years, I don't think contributes to employee well-being.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I thank you for that. That helps. I think we have to really, when we look at this, we have to decide. You know, I worked in organizations where if you were going to make someone, if we're looking at going into a staff member going into a third year of a contract, the department head would have to decide, are you going to make them full-time? And if they're not full-time, they're out, because that can't continue. And it was part of the corporate culture that you treated your staff with the requisite respect and knowing if it really was going to be a long-term position, well then you really need to make the decision. And it was a good rule to have, because it really forced you, is this something we're going to have as a long-term position or not? And if it is, well then, by God, you should do it, because it's fair to the person and it's right for the organization, reputationally as well. So I think this body has to decide whether or not we want to make this position full-time. And that's what we have to come to grips with. I get concerned when we keep, Councillor Carruthers was saying, if we keep dragging it on and on, it's not really, I don't think it's just and transparent. So, because we're playing little shell games here. So I think we need to ask ourselves, is this position really for the long term for this organization? And anyway, but thank you. You helped me clarify some things in my head. Appreciate it.
We have Councillor Roy DiClemente, and then we have Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess where I'm struggling is that, I guess I want to stress firstly that I don't think there's only one person in this organization who can write grants successfully. And I know that our staff in many departments have successfully landed grants for us. And so I would hate for us to be making a decision because one person is really good at writing grants. And I know that this is a team effort. And even those grants that we were successful on, that it takes a group of people writing those. When we talk about equity legislation, I feel that that is absolutely something that belongs in our human resources area, the people in belonging area, and that should be done anyway. It shouldn't necessarily rely on someone whose position is identified with the IDEA framework. My deepest concern here is that we're placing our responsibilities, our shared responsibilities towards that IDEA framework and our relationship with First Nations and equity and accessibility into one place. And it almost feels like we're absolving ourselves of that responsibility towards those initiatives because we have that person who does it for us. And I feel that rather than have one individual who's responsible for this, that this needs to be an enterprise-wide initiative. And that having a single incumbent who is essentially responsible for our relationships with Georgina Island First Nations, it removes the ability for some of our staff to be able to build those relationships themselves. And for me, I feel that it should be a corporate bench strength and not just the responsibility of a single incumbent in the organization to do it. Thank you.
So I have two hands from staff that went up in response to Councillor Roy DiClemente, so we'll go to our CAO, Mr. Balchik.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of points of clarification, because I think there were some good points made there. For clarity, Mr. Molinari's area, for example, would write grant applications in relation to roads and public works infrastructure. Mr. Molinari's area would definitely not write these types of grant applications. Conversely, this position is not writing grants for infrastructure or parks or the other types of programming. So we have a number of people, and we're happy to go through it as we go through the budget deliberations, that are subject area leads that take the lead on grant writing. So what Ms. Gandhi was trying to point out is the impact this individual is having in her subject matter area and grants received. We can certainly talk about others in the organization that are also applying for and achieving, leveraging grants. That's number one. The second point was I would liken it to our environmental initiatives position. Our environmental initiatives position is not fully responsible for environmental initiatives, but it is important enough to this organization that we have a coordinating lead that works with Public Works, works with Parks, works with emergency services to ensure that we've got the capacity, as Councillor Roy DeClemente mentioned, across the organization. So it's very much a facilitation, coordination, and support role, but it leads that. It leverages the efforts across the organization. So I would not want either council or the public to be left with the impression that we have one individual that's responsible for indigeneity and community relations, and the rest of us turn the other way. That is not what's happening. So just to put into perspective the importance of this role, what this role does, and the fact that I concur 100% with Councillor Roy DeClemente, part of it is continuing to build the corporate capacity. And that's actually one of the things that this position does.
Ms. Gandhi, in follow-up to Mr. Valchik through Councillor Roy DeClemente's comment.
I just want to underline the piece around making sure that this knowledge is shared throughout the organization. We have to recognize that Georgian Island First Nations, for example, are not going to be receptive to 20 people coming to them at any given time to ask them for information. The relationship building piece of it is absolutely critical, and so it is ideal to have one or a few people sort of dedicated to that support. Having said that, the individual in this role, and whoever would be in this role, is also responsible for making sure that the information and knowledge is widespread. So there's been a number of training that's happened for staff, and in the coming weeks there's going to be Indigenous engagement and consultation training that is being delivered specifically to parts of the organization like development services, so that the staff can have the understanding and knowledge of engagement with Indigenous communities. So that's one example of how we are making sure that the information isn't siloed in one part of the organization and that it is shared more broadly. Thank you.
Before I go to Councillor Leahy, Councillor Roy DeClemente, do you have any no follow-up? Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much. On page 37, I'd like to talk about the 3 lines under corporate services: advertising, communications, consultants, and specialized services. So there are 3 distinct lines, but I would like to ask for clarification, because some of my observations from these 3 lines, so advertising is separate from communications, but frequently I hear, and I am often asking staff, are there different ways of advertising? And so online, under communications and customer service, it says $74,000 for advertising, but that's under communications. But then communications says $2,800 under communications and customer service. And the consultants and specialized services under communications and customer services is $10,000. So under people and belonging with consultants, it says $78,000, and which is more than all of the advertising budget for communications and customer service. So can you please share with me the rationale of why there's more being spent in certain areas and the distinctions that you're making between advertising and communications, as well as the need for consultants of approximately $78,000 in people and belonging, when we're already spending $20,000 on advertising in people and belonging?
Through you, Mr. Chair, communications is a line item that is across all departments. My understanding is for cell phone use. Advertising is paid advertising. So in people and belonging, we place ads in paper, in various publications, digital and print where possible, to advertise for new positions. In communications, the advertising is advertising that is any paid advertising that we put in any digital or print source. The consultants and specialized services in people and belonging of $78,000 reflects activities, and this is sometimes an unpredictable amount, but when we have to do a departmental review, or we have a complaint, or there is some type of activity which requires, in many cases, external legal advice, we would look to people in belonging, or, investigations rather, not the external legal advice. The investigations would be under consultants. And so the $78,000 in people in belonging is a reflection of that. And in communications and customer service, the $10,000, we're looking at ways in which we can improve our media monitoring approach. And so we have enlisted an external contractor to assist us with that effort.
Councillor Leahy, in follow-up?
Yes, thank you very much, through you, Acting Mayor Johns. So under people and belonging, the $78,000 can include, part of that can include potentially external legal advice. And I'm wondering about how then it's being reported under people and belonging, but not under the legal and legislative services and the expenses for hiring external consultants there.
I'm going to seek some assistance from Mr. Marshall.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the legal services that are being provided are specific to staff matters. So that's why it's not under the purview of Ms. Ingram. Of the rest of the legal and external legal services are under the legal and legislative services budget that's controlled by Ms. Ingram.
Thank you. So I know we're just, we're back here this year and doing this budget again, but just to go through, to seek clarity on process. So we're going department by department now after we've had the budget presented, and as Councillor Carruthers noted, the opportunity to, being a strong mayor's budget, that it's tabled and then amendments would be issued. And so if I could seek clarity from Mr. Marshall on the process, or kind of the expectation. I know that we can issue amendments all the way through in this 30-day period that we're sitting in. What is the expectation of staff for addressing any amendments if we wish to go through, or is staff content with doing things at the end? What is the kind of expectation?
So through you, Mr. Chair, what we were hoping was that as we go through the departmental reviews, that any proposals for amendments would happen at that time.
Okay, so for me personally, just I want to be transparent with members of committee here. You know, it's funny, I asked Mr. Marshall if you had bought new shoes for the budget, for him tabling the budget, and Mr. Marshall's response was, "I'm actually polishing my old ones." And so, yeah, we're staff, as always, are working hard to ensure that the budget is as efficient as possible. And so this year, I see that work is very much evident. For myself, I'm trying to take this budget in look at it as a whole, and I'm trying to understand all the parts that are fitting together. Me personally, I feel that I would like to go through the departments and have a better understanding, and then I'm personally looking to table amendments later once I get a better approach to how we're looking at things. That doesn't mean that obviously this committee can't offer up any amendments. I'm just saying, for me personally, I want to be transparent with everybody where my head's at, because of we're shining the shoes as opposed to buying the new ones. Mr. Marshall.
So through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there's definitely the opportunity at the end to make amendments. Well, we're hoping that while it was fresh in people's minds, that you'd go through and make amendments, but at the end, for example, we have time, just so everyone's aware, we have time slotted for discussion on staffing. So we can have these discussions while we're going through the departments, but there is an opportunity where we can focus on staffing the next time. I think it's day 2, but we can focus on that. So there's always an opportunity to make amendments at the end of day 3 if we need to.
Councillor Carruthers, you had a question, comment?
I think just for transparency and getting us all thinking, people who have amendments might want to mention that they're thinking about a certain amendment, and that will get us thinking, rather than surprise at the end, here's a whole bunch of amendments, and oh, hold on, wait, I've got to go back to that department and figure out how that goes. But getting the exact wording on the amendment and voting on the amendments, I agree with you, let's wait to the end. But if we could, as a team, try and flag them as we go, I'm thinking about amendment here, or I'm thinking about amendment there, and that will help with our thought processes as we go department by department. So I just would appreciate that if we can get a heads up on what the thinking of the group is. Thanks.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Acting Mayor Johns. So I understand that every department has a communications budget, and that was clarified in terms of cell phone use under communications and customer service. But I'm surprised by the number under advertising, which is $74,000 under communications and customer service, because it's just a relentless, no matter what we try and do, we always seem to have people in the community saying they didn't know about it, they didn't know about a survey, they didn't know about a meeting, or they didn't know about events going on until afterwards, etc. So if we were going to consider potentially increasing the advertising budget, and then potentially look to reduce find reductions in other places like consultants. Is there any plan or possibility that you see that we could be spending more money on communicating with our residents, whether in your department?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if there is an appetite to do even more advertising, then we will certainly address it. We welcome that, and of course we are always trying to be fiscally responsible in terms of how we use those funds. Advertising includes things like signage on streets and also digital advertising, which we're making more use of. So yes, we would welcome that. And could we reduce the $10,000 cost is sort of a flat cost for the type of work we're seeking to get. So it could be in another area potentially, if we were to reduce it by, offset that by a little bit. I honestly don't know if a few $1,000s more in advertising would make a substantial difference. And if we felt that that was needed, then we would have definitely included and increased our budget by that amount.
Councillor Leahy with the follow-up.
Yes, thank you very much. I know we're going to be talking about the elections and potential costs of that in preparation for next year's election. But so even though we're heading into an election year, would an increase in advertising be required? And has that already been anticipated in another department in terms of advertising and communications?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I can take this one. So, Councillor Leahy, thank you for that question. With respect to election advertisement and communication, that will be dedicated and will be supported out of the election reserve. So it's a separate line item, separate and distinct from the operating budget that is being discussed at this time.
Mr. Valchik, you wanted to speak?
Mr. Chair, I'm actually really glad these comments are being made and this conversation is taking place right now. Just from my perspective, automatically assuming that more of the same is going to get better results is not actually the way we look at things like advertising. So what we would do is, for example, as we continue to gather intelligence on what residents are telling us in terms of what works for them, where are they looking to get informed, those inform our decisions on where the best use of putting resources are. So just more advertising, if that's not the source that our residents are getting their information, is actually not great use of money. And so we would look for some sort of intelligence around what are our residents telling us, what are people telling us when they said I didn't know about it, how did they eventually hear about it, ideally what would they identify as a useful source of information. Based on that, we can make best use of the resources that we have, because we try and make sure that we are not expending money that we don't need to, but we also want to get the results that residents expect. So I just wanted to point out it's a little more than just add more to the advertising budget, because it may be that, in fact, that's not good use of money. So just to point that out as we assess how we're going to ask for and assign resources.
Councillor Leahy and follow on.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Johns. Just one final comment. Yes, that indeed was, my question was more to, could we be doing something else more creatively that might require money? Or maybe we could reduce the advertising budget to 50,000, but if we were using it in a more creative way or putting out more curb signs or something, I think that we need to look at that number, because if we're continually hearing that feedback from residents that they didn't hear about it, and everybody hears about things in different ways. My question was to challenge the staff to find other creative ways and potentially look at what is needed and what we're getting from that 74,000. And if it requires more money to get better communications, then that would be great. But if it requires less, but we're more creative and we do something else that works better, then that's also an important thing to keep in mind. So thank you.
Thank you. So just kind of pulling back, there is an opportunity to have amendments to increase the budget or specific budget lines. There's opportunities to look to decrease. And so there is an opportunity now, if amendments wish to be tabled, we can do that now. And as Mr. Marshall did note, there's opportunities in the future days ahead of doing that and within that 30-day time period. And so I will pause briefly because I feel like we are at an opportunity to kind of flip it over to Mr. Marshall for the next department, but also allow for some reflection and contemplation on how this committee wishes to proceed. Councilor Roy D. Clemente.
Sorry, are we just doing operating or are we doing capital later?
Feel free, Mr. Marshall.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we should be doing the capital as well.
Okay, thank you.
Again, pausing for reflection. Seeing, I'm just looking for Mr. Councillor Foster, who disappeared from my screen on that last slide change. Is Councillor Foster there? Oh, he's there on that screen. And seeing none. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I believe what General Manager Marshall was alluding to is that there is still the capital portion of the corporate services left. So you've, I believe, completed all the operating aspect of it, and I believe Ms. Gandhi will walk you through the capital. So prior to considering any motions, perhaps you want to conclude that, and then we can bring forward a more comprehensive recommendation for your consideration.
But to be clear, we're not looking to have a motion here, then move to capital, and then go back to Mr. Marshall's. Ms. Gandhi can simply continue, is what you're saying. Of course, yes. If committee wishes to have Ms. Gandhi proceed, Ms. Gandhi.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Before I move to the proposed capital items, I'll provide an update on previously approved capital projects. Under strategy and administration, we have the environmental strategy and the climate action plan. Those projects are continuing, and we've spent approximately, on average, about 60% to date, and both of those are expected to be completed in 2026. The facility digital advertising signage under communications has been about half spent, and we will likely be underspent in that. I think we're looking at 1 or 2 more digital screens, and then we will be completed with that. Our audio video automation updates and municipal modernization program are about have not been fully spent, but we anticipate that they will be spent by the end of in 2026. The audio video automation upgrades in council will actually take place over the holiday break. So that line item will be completed at that time. And in people and belonging, we've expended almost all of the budget that had been allocated in 24 and 2025. I'll just go to the 2026 capital budget. Communications, we have a website replacement project that we have tabled due to the end of life of the current platform. The current website went live in 2021. 2026 marks a 5-year span, and we also have been made aware through the vendor that the current platform is not going to be served anymore after 2026. So it will continue to support that platform for the duration of 2026, but we actually have to transition in that year so that when they switch their software, we're ready. And we're also going to take an opportunity to seek to garner opportunities to enhance the website, to make more opportunities to gather public feedback. We want to increase usability, and we will be seeking a public consultation on how we can make our website better. We were also going to make sure that it meets all of the legislatively required accessibility requirements. In IT services, we have the capital budget that is set up for a number of areas: new workstations, network infrastructure, the hardware replacement program, the annual security audit program, cybersecurity measures. These are capital items that come before council pretty much on an annual basis. The software optimization program is in this area as well, and for that we're looking at how do we make the existing software we have better? Are we using it to its best capacity? Is there a way to make sure that we are using all of the functionality in things like CityView and Citywide and ADP and Salesforce and other software tools that we have? In bylaw services, we are requesting funding to enhance our current ticketing software management system to better facilitate the administrative penalty system. Funding is requested to replace a vehicle, which is at end of life, 2 years past end of life, actually. And the addendum document speaks to a funding request to focus our attention on policies that need to be developed in preparation for the town's next stage of growth. We have some policies that are several years out of date. And also, this project would look to support the software optimization work, specifically around the use of CityView and in our bylaws team, because I can say for sure that it is not being used to the extent that it can. So we need to improve the system so that our staff are better supported. That marks the end of the capital budget request list for 2026. I believe that there's also a section for the 10-year capital plan, which I'll just cursor over, which speaks to annual programs in IT for network infrastructure replacement, hardware replacement, new software, new staffing hardware rather, and then again, the security audit and software optimization. So we plan on having these budget items come to council pretty much on an annual basis over the next 10 years. Also, for consideration, the 10-year capital plan includes server hardware replacement and a voicemail server replacement, which would be proposed in 2027. All of these are outside of the 2026 timeline, starting in 2027 and onwards. I will pause for questions.
So going around the dais and seeing if any members of committee have any questions or comments for Ms. Gandhi regarding the capital projects that are planned within. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. Just looking at the 10-year capital budget forecast, and I see it's still a little ways off, but it's a lot of money under strategy and administration. I'm wondering if you can just add some meat onto that. What does that mean?
I'll just turn to that page in just a moment, sorry.
It's corporate services, 10-year capital budget forecast, strategy and administration, starting in 2027, 160,000.
Can we return to that question in a moment? I just need to
Yeah.
catch my place.
Yeah.
Any other members of committee? We can, it's also okay to pause for 10 seconds too while we're going through this.
So just for anyone else, that's got the printout, it's the one with the green on the top.
Through you, Acting Mayor Johns. So it's the addenda item number 1, item 2. Addenda number 1, item 2, page 1 of 7, correct? Yep, we're all looking at the same thing.
10-year capital
Yeah.
budget forecast, the
Yes,
green one.
exactly.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, your question is, well, there's 1.58 million in strategy and administration, but it doesn't really tell us what it is, but there's quite a bit of money that's being spent every year.
Correct. And
Thank you.
it doesn't start until next year, but since it is a substantial amount of money, if we could just get some.
Absolutely, I had flagged that
Explanation
too,
around it.
Councillor Crothers.
I see Mr. Marshall's ready to make a comment here.
Yeah, so, through you, Mr. Chair, that line item is actually a formatting error and should not be in the chart, so there is.
We're cutting
nothing-
again.
Yes, exactly.
Look at that.
Okay, put that on my balance sheet that I just
Yeah,
cut
Councillor
1.5
Crothers.
million, okay?
Yes.
Credit where credit's due here.
Mr. Treasurer, this is quite a sneaky way of cutting the budget here. Okay. Okay, so that addresses that point. Does any other members of committee? Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you. Can you explain what the difference is between the annual security audit and cyber breach support and the implement enhanced cybersecurity measures projects? What is the difference there? One is obviously more than the other, but there seems to be some overlap.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So there is overlap in the sense that we conduct an audit every year. And from that audit, we have findings, and then we rectify those findings by way of the second item. So in this year, we certainly did an audit. We also had a cyber breach. And so there were lessons learned from the cyber breach, which we are looking to implement, and we're continuing to implement changes from the cyber breach that occurred.
So if I may, 2 points. One, we haven't done these before, and now all of a sudden there's an annual project. Shouldn't that be incorporated into our operating budget if it is an annual expense that we're going to be undertaking? And then just trying to understand the fact that we've got $45,000 for the audit and then another $160 for implementing those initiatives. Seems like a lot of money when we haven't been spending it to the same extent in the past.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. So a couple of points I'll make. Yes, this year it is a higher number because there were elements that we realized by way of the fact that we had a cyber breach that we actually had to work on. And so there is a higher number this year than there would have normally been. And in terms of this making its way into the operating budget, that is something that I would seek guidance from my colleagues in the finance department on. Also, I'll just point out, council may recall that in previous years, we had a line item called modernization. And there was feedback in that modernization, from the modernization, that was a little bit vague. And so we have broken it down. Traditionally, there was, I think, 300 or upwards of that amount in $300,000 in modernization. We've broken it down to two areas. One is the software optimization line item, and the cybersecurity measures line item, which is the $160,000 this year. Next year, it will likely not be that much because we will have implemented the recommendations from the breach that did occur.
Thank you. That leads me into my next question is, I wanted some further detail on what software optimization was. It's $110,000 on external contracts. We're already spending a tremendous amount of money on software and licensing. What needs to be optimized?
So through you, Mr. Chair, optimizing software is, are we using the software that we have to its greatest capacity? So for example, we use ADP as our payroll processing software. It has the ability to actually have an onboarding component, which we haven't fully utilized. It has the ability, most recently, we started using its capacity to do career development reviews. That was previously not used. When we actually explore how we can use the software we have to its greatest capacity and extent, then we're utilizing that's what this area is for. And so I named ADP, but the same applies for Citywide and Salesforce and CityView. There are processes that sometimes we've been doing it because that's just the way we've been doing it, but there are ways of improving processes and certainly taking advantage of all the components of software that we have. And so the cost associated with that is to bring consultants in who can assist us with making that happen. And so that's how that is itemized.
If I may, Mr. Chair, so help me understand, in our tax-supported budget, we've got software and licenses that appear to be going up by 18%. We're spending $668 in 2025, and now we're looking at $787,000, or so an increase of almost $120,000 in software licenses and maintenance. And now we're also saying that we're going to spend another $110 on a consultant who's going to teach us how to use that software better, even though we're spending more money on it?
They're two, through you, Mr. Chair, they're two very different items. The licenses are the licenses, and the cost associated with that is associated with, as staff increase, then we have an increase in staff. Plus, the base cost of the licenses are increasing. The cost of the packages themselves are increasing quite substantially, and that's something that is outside of our control. The optimizing software piece is I think, necessary. It's not a matter of, install it and leave it. It's a matter of making sure that once software is installed, we're making the best possible use of it so that we are keeping up and that we can, in fact, expand functionality. So, for example, with our Salesforce software, is there an opportunity to use it for other purposes than what was originally intended in terms of our customer service desk? So they're two, I would suggest, two very different areas, and optimizing software is simply about making sure we're making best use of the software that we have.
Just to close the loop, Mr. Chair, my impression would be simply that we have 7 staff in IT, and that would be part of their job descriptions, is to make sure that the investments that we're making in software are being done efficiently. I don't see needing to have a consultant come in and tell our IT staff how to do their jobs. Thank you.
Any other discussion as it relates to the capital that Ms. Gandhi presented for corporate services under the budget that has been tabled? Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at the sheets with the blue tab across the top, and it's the previously approved open capital project list and status, and I'd like some clarification. I'm looking for possible areas where we can move some money around potentially. So item under corporate services DS-22-002, the Thinking Green Development Standards Review and Sustainable Community Energy Plan. So the budget that had been approved already was $200,000. The actuals prior to 2025 were $20,461. Current year actuals are $33,296. Total actuals are $53,757. And it says here in the notes that it's in a development phase, although it has a completion date of June 2026 because of Bill 17 has caused a hold. So would it be a consideration, if everything is on hold with that, to move that potentially to some other area that it could be used if it's all on hold in the pre-approved capital?
Through you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, the capital project that, and the updates that were put in place were reviewed by the management team within the corporate services team, and assessed to continue to be required for the duration which it's stated in this document. So I would suggest that we would continue to need the funding that has been stated in this document.
Mr. Valchik, do you have supporting commentary before we go back to a response from Councillor Leahy?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, with any of these projects, they're managed with a view of not expending the money if we don't need the money. And so at the end of the projects, when they're closed out, Mr. Marshall and his team could provide a little more commentary on that. That money doesn't get lost. It would get returned to the funding source, which is typically a reserve or something like that. So in terms of moving the money around, in fact, the money's not going anywhere until it gets expended. If it's not expended, it gets returned to the original funding source. But I'd like maybe Mr. Marshall could clarify that, just to be clear that just because it's budgeted doesn't mean that it's expended by any means. It's expended as required, but if we don't need to expend all that money, we don't. But Mr. Marshall, I'm just wondering if you could clarify how that process works with capital.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think you did a pretty good job. So if the money is not spent, the funding sources get replenished and the money is available for other projects.
Councillor Leahy.
So as a follow-up, so my question was leading to the possibility of, if we know it's on hold, we know it likely won't be used in 2026, is there a possibility of using it somewhere else? Rather than waiting until in the future, we know that we haven't spent that roughly $150,000, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the capital budget items are independently and individually placed before council as requests to council for budget approval. If there was a need to add a different item, then we would come before council with those specific capital budget requests.
Councillor Carruthers.
So on that line, it says that Bill 17 caused a hold. Is it currently on hold? Because it says it's still expected to be completed in June of 2026. So it looks like that money is going to get spent in 2026. Is that correct?
We are planning to spend that money and complete the Thinking Green development plan in the timeline that's provided. By the end of by the end of 2026, we will have completed.
So
that.
rescinding the approval of that would stop the project. It's not that it's not being spent. It's going to be spent. It's just it's delayed because of Bill 17, but now it's ready to go forward.
Correct.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so it's not on hold, so it is being actively used? Or is it on hold, or is it not on hold?
It says
Yeah.
it caused a hold.
Yes, but
and then
is it on
shows the
hold, or is it not on hold?
It had caused a hold, and it is currently expected to be complete in June 2026, is what the chart says, and Ms. Gandhi just confirmed that.
But has
That is
the hold
expected
been
to be
lifted?
complete.
How do we know we're going to spend it? Has the hold been lifted? Yes.
So just to, I know our CEO, Mr. Valchik, has his hand up, perhaps to clarify comments.
Mr. Chair, through you, the reason that comments there was trying to be helpful, which maybe it's created some confusion, but it was intended to be helpful, just to suggest the project had an initial estimated year complete 2024. It's now 2026. So the other question you might ask is, why is this project not already complete? And the reason it's not already complete is because it was temporarily held up pending Bill 17 assessment and so on. So it was simply intended to be a helpful comment to indicate why the timing has been updated to reflect June 2026 for project completion.
So if it's been 2 hours and a quarter on corporate services, we've had very great discussion. We haven't had any amendments or seemingly to desire to move on the amendments. So I'm not sure if it's appropriate at this time to simply receive the corporate services portion, and then if it's the will of committee, recess or keep going till 12 and then have a recess. What is the desire of the committee?
A 5-minute comfort break would be welcome.
Okay. So it sounds like there's a desire to receive, then to take 5 minutes, and then keep pushing for a bit. So that seems to be having nods. So, Councillor Carruthers, you want to move this? Thank you very much. Be it resolved, the Corporate Services 2026 Tax Supported Budget, 2026 Capital Budget, Open Capital Projects, and 10-year capital status review be received. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, so can we be back here at 11:20 for us to continue forging ahead? Okay, we will now resume the balance of the Budget Committee meeting. Now, just a bit of housekeeping and clarity before we move on for this next department. Mr. Marshall, could you please advise if we have completed everything in relation to corporate services? Because I think there was also an addendum with a capital budget that might have not been dealt with.
Yes, correct. Through you, Mr. Chair. In the addendum package, number 1, there was an additional capital project that would need an amendment from Budget Committee and Council to be included in the budget, and I'm not sure if committee wants to entertain that amendment at this time or wait till later.
Members, I see this if we're looking to housekeep, and the addendum was issued from staff, and they're looking to have that included as part of that with that addendum. Councillor Carruthers.
I think if we can keep a running tab of the amendments, so we can do them all at once, I think it'd be good to see what's before us and approve them all at one go at the end.
This is in regard to the addendum as opposed to amendments?
Well, the addendum is an amendment. Mr. Marshall's asking for an amendment, or are you asking us to receive the addendum? I'm happy to receive the addendum.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the addendum's already been received. Okay. It was whether you wanted to entertain the amendment to include the additional capital project at this time.
Great. Okay, so you're looking to do it at later. Okay. Any other questions, comment? Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Perhaps the general manager could present the item before we decided that whether we wanted to add it to the budget.
Mr. Belichick.
Mr. Chairman, the GMs had to step away for another appointment, and I think perhaps we could just circle back to this capital project when the GM's back with us either later today or at the next budget session. And then I think Councillor Roy DeClemente is bang on. We should be able to provide you with a little bit of context or answer any questions you might have about it.
Okay, so doing nothing is doing something. We will proceed. Mr. Marshall, our next department.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the next department is Legal and Legislative Services with the General Manager Ingram, who will step us through her budget.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall, and through you, Mr. Chair. I'm welcome the opportunity today to present the Legal and Legislative Services budget for you. I want to thank Mr. Marshall and his fabulous team in putting all of this together. It's quite the work, and I really appreciate all the time they spend to get us through our presentations. So with that, I'm going to provide you with an overview of the budget. It will be concise, this overview. It will not be lengthy. We've condensed the presentation to pages 39 to 46 in the budget binder. Starting at page 39, the department's summary and organizational chart is shown there. Basically, legal and legislative services is divided into two branches, legal services and legislative services. As you know, headed up by me as the town solicitor and the GM of the department. In legal services, we have a senior law clerk and we have an associate solicitor. In legislative services, we have 4 FTEs and we have 1 contract position. 3 of the FTEs are present in this room today, the municipal clerk, the deputy clerk, and our legislative coordinator, who's at the back of the room, Ms. McNeil. We have staff assigned as a privacy and information coordinator. And finally, we have staff as an access and elections analyst. And that position is a contract position at this time. We are not asking for any changes in the staff, except to basically continue the contract position. Next slide, please, page 40. I'm not going to go through our key activities. I just want to, at a high level, advise you that basically the legal services branch provides legal support and advice and manages external legal counsel when we require their services. The Legislative Services Branch, led by Ms. Legivardi, our municipal clerk, is responsible generally for the elections, as we know, coming up, the meetings, the calendar of this council body, all the meetings, and Freedom of Information and Integrity Commissioner Services. That's as a highlight. We're looking forward to the municipal election in 2026, which will be here before you know it. Page 42, the departmental metrics. I think you've seen these from me before, but I will just highlight a couple of them for you, which are similar in explanation. The new legal matters continue to rise. The insurance claims continue to rise. And the trend with respect to FOIs, it seems to be stable at this point, but at a high level, if you look at the actual numbers of FOIs that we have to receive and process. Basically, our council meetings have remained stable, and the reflection of new legal matters, the reflection of claims, and the reflection of FOIs basically gives you a picture what we are substantially handling for the town. I think it was noted before that with respect to the legal matters that are on the chart that we show in our metrics, that those do not include the legal services that are required for specifically only to HR matters. As was mentioned before in earlier today, legal services does not have line of sight to those matters, and so they are not reflected in our chart of new legal matters. Moving, next slide, please, to page 44. The Finance Department has done a very good job at summarizing at a high level sort of the changes basically from last year to this year. I just want to flag that our budget, our operating budget, we don't have any capital budget today, or at this point in time, so it's all operating. It comprises about 4% of the town's total operating budget. The meat and potatoes of the presentation is contained on page 45, and I move to that right now. Might pause to take any questions and take a sip of water. Seeing none, I'll...
Seeing none.
Thank you. I'll move on to the meat and potatoes of the presentation. So in terms of the divide between legal and legislative services, our budget is pretty much 50-50 in terms of the expenditures. But I'm going to highlight a couple of things that reflect some changes first, and maybe a couple things that might be of interest to you. In the contracted services line item 3, under expenditures, there's a 233% variance with respect to that line item. That line item is specific to our Integrity Commissioner services. Now, keeping in mind that a municipality has an obligation under the Municipal Act to have or retain or use someone else's integrity commissioner to provide these services to the town. So you can either hire your own integrity commissioner, which we did. We have Suzanne Craig, as you know, as our integrity commissioner, as opposed to asking another municipality to allow us to use their integrity commissioner. So that's one thing. We have that legislative cost that's required. Now, integrity commissioner services, as you know, can span from inquiries from members of council about conduct issues, about their conflicts of interest questions under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. It can also, the Integrity Commissioner can also receive questions from the public. So those services will vary from year to year, and thus it's an estimate that we have here. But we have estimated it higher this year based upon the fact that we see an increase in the complaints that are being received by the Integrity Commissioner. I'd like to qualify that when I say we, I do not see the complaints. I may be aware of the nature of complaints. I don't see them. So I can't, I really am relying on just general assessments in my part and with Tara Legivardi, the municipal clerk, and the finance folks to see trends, to see perception in order to estimate the cost. So we have budgeted it higher this year, or for 2026, because of the trends that we're seeing. So that is a major portion of why our budget has gone up. Legal services. It is also a line item 3 lines down from contracted services. So legal services are for, as I've said before, when we retain external lawyers to help us with matters that are either beyond the expertise of our internal legal department, or the capacity of our internal resources cannot accommodate these retainers. We retain external counsel who have the expertise and the capacity to assist us. So under legal services, again, because we cannot determine definitively what we'll spend each year on legal services, this is also, like the contracted services portion of the budget, an estimate based upon trends. To give you some idea of how I assessed this for and kept that line item the same, in 2023, we spent $81,000 on external legal services. 2024, we spent $211,000. So it was quite a jump from 2023 to 2024. In 2025, I confirmed with Mr. Marshall before this presentation that to the end of October of this year, we've spent or will have paid $132,135 for external legal. That's up $40,000 from the end of August of this year. So it's a reflection of the number of lawsuits that we have, the number of times we have to go to tribunals such as the OLT. It's also a reflection of some of the changes in legislation that has really made a tremendous impact in certain respects on legal services and the delivery of legal services. The Planning Act changes and the provincial changes in that regard does put some significant input on retaining experts to address those issues adequately. And in that respect, we can only predict and estimate, but at this point, it was a decision to leave it at 115, even though now, after writing this estimate, it's higher than that at this point in time for 2025. But again, 2026, we just don't know. And as you've seen, when I went through those numbers before, there can be a significant difference year to year. So we try to look at the estimates based upon a number of past years. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to receive any questions, and hopefully I can address them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ingram. So members of committee, any questions, comments? Councillor Leahy, if you want to start us off.
Thank you very much. I want to first make an observation that the license revenue for marriage licenses has increased by $15,000, which is a consistent upward trend, and that makes me optimistic about the future, that people, despite the economic situations, they're still getting married. There's still hope in life. So, but I would like to ask a question upon reflecting on the insurance claims against the town going up significantly, and new legal matters continuing to increase. Would it be appropriate at some point to consider hiring another lawyer to handle all of this, or to handle just specifically one aspect of the town's matters, like insurance matters and other legal matters? I know it might not be possible to find every expertise in one individual, but would it be cheaper for us to potentially hire another lawyer who could handle most of the issues at hand, rather than continuing to contract out legal services as well as having contracted services of the Integrity Commissioner?
Ms. Ingram.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Leahy, and it's an excellent question and one that we've grappled with as lawyers and internal resources for some time. It's a conversation I've had ongoing for like at least 20 years. What's the right balance between internal and external? In the situation with East Gwillimbury, because we have responsibility for development and planning matters at this level, when those matters become complex in terms of appeals to the OLT, those tribunal matters, they're a bulk of what we pay for external lawyers. They take a lot of time and resources, and staffing for such matters like OLT proceedings or just litigation proceedings, when people decide to sue the town and they commence actions in various different courts, we would not be able to staff up for that at any point, because those matters just take up so much of a person's time, like a lawyer's time, that it would be not feasible. But in terms of resourcing the branch, while we're not looking this year, or like for the 2026 budget, there is some consideration that I'm giving to following years. But whether that's a lawyer, another law clerk, that those are things that are being considered, because the complement internally and externally is something that's always on my mind in terms of saving money. I hope that addresses part of your question. It gives you some sense of how we navigate that balance.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ingram. So we have Councillor Crone and then Councillor Roy D. Clemente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and just to follow up on that last point, I can tell you, even corporately, my experience, we always struggled with having a corporate lawyer, in-house lawyer that could handle everything. There was always something that, as good as they were, there was always something that popped up that they didn't have that expertise or time or there were time constraints. So I know it's a struggle. The question I have for you, and I'm going to word this so carefully that I don't get myself in trouble or prejudice anything, but knowing what the year ahead may hold for us, have you consulted with Development Services looking at, opportunities that we might be involved with, land tribunal challenges, or is there anything that you can, I just want to ask the question, have you consulted with Development Services to get a good lay of the land, knowing what you may have to plan for going forward?
Thank you, Councillor Crone, for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair. In terms of consultation with my colleagues, and specifically Development Services is your question. Yes, ongoing discussions, not in terms of we've scheduled a consultation meeting, but ongoing conversations all the time, because the overlap between legal and Development Services is quite substantial in terms of understanding what they're going through, because it comes through us. Janet Gates, our law clerk, sits in those meetings in terms of what's coming down the pike. But in terms of litigious or perhaps matters that might proceed to the tribunal, not necessarily litigious, but it's an appeal that they have as a right, as you know, in certain circumstances. Yes, we have some line of sight to those, and we continue to collaborate. Mr. Krupnik and I, whenever he requires external legal to assist him on a matter, those retainers come through me, because those are now centralized, as I've said before, in legal services. So I have line of sight on those. Some of those I do participate in. Some of them I just provide overview. That's because the expertise is with them, and also the file management is with them on those big matters. So, but I usually am aware and maybe partially involved, but kept in the loop. So thank you for the question.
Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at the Open Capital Project, and we've got a project for various council studies and support. I'm showing that the updated code of conduct was completed, and then the status says other studies form part of ongoing and future phases. I'm just wondering if you can tell me what those other studies are, please, and thank you.
I don't know off the top of my head, but through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer that question to Ms. Lijavardi, if she's capable or able, sorry, not capable. We certainly know she's capable.
Madam Clerk.
If she would like to address that question, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for that question, Councillor Roy DiClemente. As you may recall, when this line item was established, it was so that we could have access to technical subject matter experts that could help us with various different studies, one of them being the Code of Conduct, the other one was the Procedure Bylaw, and other studies as it pertains to legislative changes. For example, if there are any impacts associated with strong mayor powers, and soliciting feedback from specific external subject matter expert in those areas. So this line item has provided a lot of opportunities for us to be able to tap into it for those specific subject matter expertise required for these types of activities.
Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. Can you help me understand where the election is in our budget binder? I know Mr. Marshall showed it to me before when I asked, but I cannot for the life of me find that line. I see that on our uncommitted reserves, election is in there, but I'm just thinking there has to be some sort of corresponding page so we can take it out of reserves and spend it. So I'm wondering if you can help me with that, or maybe Mr. Marshall.
Mr. Marshall, you want to take that?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair. On the overall tax summary, under corporate-wide services. There's an amount under contracted services for, I think it's contracted services, let me see here. Yeah, it's contracted services, so,
Page 11?
yeah. I believe it's page 11. Yeah, page 11. Under the column of corporate-wide services, there's an amount under contracted services for 606,730.
But there's no specific page for it where we're spending that money. Because it would be nice to see a breakdown of what that is. Because so it's saying 606 on that page, but then on our 2026 uncommitted reserve schedule, it's saying that we're drawing 655, which puts that balance in a negative position. But if we're actually only drawing 606, that would make more sense. So I'm trying to line up these two pages.
So through you, Mr. Chair, there's a draw. If you look at the end of that summary, there's a draw from reserve under corporate-wide for 605. That's the draw from the
I'm sorry,
election
where?
reserve. So the next page, so page 12.
Yes,
Page
okay.
12, yeah.
So that's saying 605, but the uncommitted reserve continuity schedule is saying that we're drawing 655. Addendum number 1, page 3, page 1 of 2. It says election, it shows that we had an opening balance. The year, 2025 year
okay,
end is
yes.
409, we're adding another 200 to it. But we're drawing 655.
Okay. So through you, Mr. Chair, under legal services, under legislative services, there's a draw for 50,000.
Okay.
And that's for the staffing request for the elections analyst, which is funded out of the election reserve. So if you add that to the 605, you get the 655 that's on the.
I think we need a page for that. I think that kind of, it's over here, it's over there, it's over here, is a little hard to follow. And just for clarity, anything that's on the summary should be a summary of what's in here. So if that is not in here, but it's just on the summary, it's actually not. It needs a page. So it begs the question, what else is on the summary that we don't have a page for? Because I'm not going through and adding it all up.
So-
I'm just assuming that everything that's on the summary, we're getting some supporting documentation for.
So through you, in previous budgets, we were asked to remove, we had that budget detail, and we were asked to remove that. Because
Okay.
it was causing, it was looking like a pressure in a departmental budget when it was for elections, so we were asked to remove that.
So maybe in an election year where we're spending the money, we should have a page showing that we're spending that money. It's one thing when we're putting money aside each year so that we have the money for the election, but when that money is being spent, I think there should be a page that's showing that it's being spent and how it's being spent. Are we spending, of the 600,000, are we spending 500 on a consultant, or are we spending, how is that money being spent? And I think it's a huge chunk of money, and as much as it's an election, so we shouldn't be weighing in too much, I think that we need that oversight to see that that money is being spent and how it's being spent.
Thank you. Councilor Roy Clemente.
Just a history lesson for Councillor Carruthers. We used to contribute $50,000 a year to our reserves, not 200. So it's.
I remember
seen-
that.
Yes.
That was not too long ago. I was on council when it was that amount.
Yes, thank
So I think that's why I'm asking.
That's why we're asking, yes.
Oh, so what exactly are we spending on? Because I know at one point there was some equipment that we were going to get that was going to help us going forward and that sort of thing. So it's a big expense with no detail. I think we need that detail in the year that it's being spent. Thank you.
So staff can just treat that as advisement. We don't need a motion to that end. Doesn't appear like that is the case. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Foster, that was not a motion to speak. Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Ingram on this item? Okay, seeing none. I'll pause for a moment. Is there anybody that wishes to have amendments? I will give the opportunity. Seeing none, I have a resolution that the clerk supported me with on a be it resolved that legal and legislative services 2026 tax supported budget and open capital budget review be received. So looking for a mover for that. Councillor Leahy, any further discussion? All those in favor? That carries. So 11:56, if there is a desire to break and come back or a desire to continue to the next department.
It's the next department.
What is the next department, Mr. Marshall?
The next department is finance.
Oh, you'd love to keep going.
I can rifle through it in 5 minutes if you'd like.
Mr. Marshall, if I didn't see anybody immediately say they wanted to step back before we even asked that question, so why don't you proceed and then we'll go from there.
Okay. All right. Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. The finance budget starts on page 47 of your binder. So the finance department consists of, right now has 17 FTEs plus an additional request for an FTE in the 2026 budget. One full-time equivalent position has just been assumed. The asset management lead was just assumed by finance, and the responsibility for asset management just got assumed November 3rd. So we're 2 weeks into our role, and it's reflected in these numbers here. So the department consists of 2 branches. The financial services branch, which is led by Ms. Adema, has the basic accounting functions, accounts payable, receivable, and reporting, also for budget coordination, and looks after the property and utility billings for the corporation. The Capital and Development Finance Branch, which is led by Ms. Brown, looks after our capital budgeting, looks after development charge bylaw administration, responsible for our procurement, time-wide procurements, looks after asset management and our long-range financial planning. So you can go to the next slide, please. Actually, you can skip that one. I kind of gave the core. So I'm not going to highlight every one of our initiatives, but one of the key initiatives that's going to happen in our department is the replacement of our financial and tax and utilities system. The capital budget was approved in 2025, and there will be shortly a report that you'll see for award of the RFP for the new system. And it will probably take at least a year for us to roll it out and get it fully functional. So we'll be busy in 2026 with that rollout. We're also going to be providing a mid-year update, progress update on the asset management plan and how we're moving on that. It's required by legislation. And also we'll be updating various financial policies that are due for review. So go to the next slide, please. So some of our key metrics. This page is basically on reserves. You can see our development charges are being drawn down, but that's obviously due to the construction of the Health and Active Living Plaza. Our other reserve balances are overall remaining somewhat steady. You'll see on the asset replacement reserve there's a decrease in the tax-supported reserve, and that's mainly due to the bridge replacements and repairs that are on the books right now. You can go to the next slide, please. So The number of tax accounts and account changes have remained fairly steady over the past couple of years. And the taxes collected, the taxes collected, so the share, the town's component is 39%, the region makes up 42%, and the school board makes up 19% of the taxes that are collected. Next slide, please. So these metrics actually show an increased online usage by our customers. Our online services, the residential self-serve usage has increased by about 15%. Our accounts on e-billing for water accounts have increased from 25% to 37%, and tax accounts from 16% to 21%. The payments online made through online banking have remained fairly consistent, and they make up about 2/3 of the total payments received by the town. And you'll see the payments made through the website has increased by about 29% from last year. Next slide, please. And this is related to our procurement function. It shows the volume of work that's being done by our procurement section, which is a section of 1 right now. So, and it's showing some significant increases. Our purchase orders that we've issued have increased by 110% from 2021 to 2024, and it's anticipating to increase further in 2025. And our competitive bids have increased by about 114% from 2021 to 2024, and also anticipated to increase in 2025. So I can pause here and pause for any questions.
Seeing none. Back to you, Mr. Marshall.
So if we can move to the next slide, page 55. If you can go to the chart, actually, the next slide, please. Yeah. So the finance budget is proposed to increase by $363,000, and $335,000 of that is for salaries and benefits. And the majority of that, $168,000, is due to the transfer of the asset management lead from corporate services into finance. And the about $130,000 is related to the new staffing requests that we've included for 2026. And the balance is due to increased benefits, mainly due to 2 staff that are going to be on parental leave to provide benefits for them. And then the balance of the I'll keep going. The balance of the increase is due to volume and cost increases on some of our programs. So I'm happy to take any questions on that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Members of the committee. Seeing none.
All right. So if we can turn to the blue sheet, which is our open capital. We have 3 projects on our capital. I'll wait till everyone gets there. 3 capital projects. I normally wouldn't go through each one of them, but since there's only 3, I'll step through them. So one is the financial system upgrade, which I mentioned. We're just about to award the RFP for that, so there'll be work ongoing for that. The asset management program, there is an active contract that is being worked on for working on our database and our processes to capture data and make sure that we're doing it in an efficient and effective manner and capturing our assets. So that is ongoing. And the water financial plan is basically wrapped up. You'll see that report on the 18th at council, so that should be done by the end of the year.
Thank you, sir. Any comments on the 3 outstanding capital project items in finance? Seeing none. I guess where the appetite is for everybody, where they're looking to go is, we'll follow the same suit with the, oh, Mr. Marshall, anything further?
I still have
Oh,
a
sorry.
couple of things to go.
Sorry, yeah, sorry.
So I have our one capital request for 2026, which is the asset management program. So in 2026, we mentioned that we're providing a progress update. And in that progress update, we're going to be doing a state of infrastructure report, which means we have to get a valuation of our assets. And so we're proposing to get some support to help us develop that report, since it's the first time we'll be doing that in accordance with the new legislation. And so that's our budget and request. So happy to answer any questions on that project.
Any questions on the one capital budget or capital project? Allowing the opportunity to pause as folks flip through. Mr. Marshall, if you could, there are folks, if you'd like to provide some further commentary on anything you'd like on your budget, the councilors are looking closely at their sheets right now.
Yeah. So I just have to go through our 10-year capital plan as well. So
Are we,
I could do that.
if,
but
could we pause just
I
one
can-
second?
I
I'm
can
not
wait.
sure if,
Yeah.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So on the previously approved open capital project lists and status, under regulatory asset management, the budget prior to 2025 was $1,035,000, $669. And we've got through here to, the total actuals were $1,046,062. So it says the remainder of the forecasted amount is the contracted services as part of the asset management work. A portion will be carried over to next year and used for the asset management progress update work. So is that what you were just referring to, the contracted services that will be supporting the new asset manager, or can you explain how they are connected in terms of the contracted work that you referred to?
Okay. So through you, Mr. Chair. So the open capital, we have a contract that is already been awarded and is open and is being worked on, which is the work that is being done for that is to help us with our data and our database and our processes to ensure that we capture our new assets in an efficient and accurate manner.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I have a follow-up question, if I may. How come it's so expensive for the data, helping with data in the database to capture that information? Over $1 million.
Oh, so sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. So this is a project that's been going on for a couple years. So part of this project was to actually get our 2025 asset management plan in place and our 2024 asset management plan. So the $1 million includes our 2024 asset management plan, our 2025 asset management plan, and then work on the database and our data and our processes. So this is a carryover for, as you can see, the project started in 2023. So this is like going into its third year.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So for everybody at home who's watching and the average taxpayer who's trying to understand this, what does that involve? Like this data management in terms of asset management? I still would like to understand better how come it's so expensive. So is this a contract that's been given to a company? Is this an individual or 10 individuals who are collecting data? How does this process actually look in terms of the cost for the work that's being done?
So there's a lot of prongs to this. There's three, Mr. Chair. There's a few prongs to this. So one, there is IT support that is required in terms of getting our databases and how we capture our data. So that's the one part. The other part is a contract for our consultant that is advising us on the processes that we need to do in order to capture the data and make sure that that is as efficient as possible. So there's a couple of prongs to it. So it's not just one person going through. We have our asset management lead that's also coordinating all this as well and making sure it gets rolled out to the departments as well. So there's a lot of work being done to make sure that we are actually capturing our data and our information properly and valuing it properly.
Mr. Valchik, did you want to add some?
Yeah, I just wonder if I could ask the treasurer, just curious, what is the value of the public assets that are being managed by the town? Just to put into perspective, is it 10 million? Is it 100 million? Can you give me a sense of what the value is of public assets that we're talking about, planning for, managing, and reporting on?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I believe the value that was in our 2025 asset management plan was $2.9 billion of assets.
Sorry, was that with a B?
Yes.
Billion. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. I think Councillor Leahy's questions help us segue nicely into the 10-year capital that you're going to talk about, because as Councillor Leahy was asking questions, I was thinking about what it takes, because this was under corporate services, so I've had a few conversations about this, what it takes to get this set up so that we are accurately accounting for all of our public assets and making sure we know the exact status of each of them, when they would need replacement, how much it would cost to replace. There's a lot that goes into it. But then moving from once we get this all set up, moving to the ongoing, the 10-year capital strategy, the price drops substantially for us to be able to continue to monitor. There's new assets coming online. There's probably changes. I mean, not my field of expertise, but I would imagine that there's changes into how we're resurfacing roads or what types of pipes are going in. So I'm sure it's something that constantly needs to be upgrading. But I think to Councillor Leahy's point about people who are following along at home, this is sort of the setup costs of it. And then we see ongoing, it's in the $100, $160 range for the next couple of years. Just to keep it going. So is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct.
Mr. Marshall.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the last part, I guess it is a segue into the 10-year capital plan. There's a couple of projects on here. The main one is the asset management plan. We will be revisiting the dollar value as we go through, and it could change. You'll notice that there's a couple of years, every 5 years, the number spikes a little, and that's to make sure that we have enough resourcing available to do our update to our asset management plan that's required every 5 years. The other projects are just, they're basically placeholders for our work on our development charge bylaw and potentially a community benefits bylaw that's allowed under legislation. And you'll see the financial system upgrade in there as well.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. I am not seeing anybody looking to speak or comment on this. So looking on my screen as well. We can look to receive. This is also a time for amendments. Be it resolved that the Finance 2026 Tax Supported Budget, 2026 Capital Budget, the Open Capital Projects, and 10-year capital status review be received. Moved by Councillor Crone. Further discussion? All those in favor? Motion carries. Folks, 12:15. What time would you like to, we will recess. What time would you like to reconvene? Why don't we say 1:30? Does that work? 1:15? 1? 1 o'clock. Great. 1 p.m. Okay. Recess. 1 p.m. Welcome back, folks. We to our 2026 business plan and budget deliberations. We'll now turn it back to Mr. Marshall to lead us with where we're going next, to which department.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I think our next department is Development Services, and Acting GM Krubnik will step you through the operating and capital programs.
Thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Chair. Once again, just to reiterate, I guess Development Services comprised presently of 3 branches: Economic Development, Planning and Budget, and Buildings, apologies. As I believe Council is aware of as well, BILA is now under Corporate Services. So I just wanted to make mention of that. It's a change for our department, certainly, going into 2026. I believe the staff contingents, the staff complement you see before you as well, also just want to includes under planning a kind of a backfill position we have now as well too, with planning technician in the planning department and buildings as well. I will mention, I believe that's also our an administrative position we have as well there that assists my role and other places where needed within the department. Next slide, please. And just quickly touch upon a few things that might be of note for members of council, and some of the impactful ones too. And I'll just point you to the Y-Space Entrepreneurship Program through Economic Development. And again, that's a partnership with York University and other municipalities within the N6. That is a program which we're looking to continue to fund moving forward for this year and I believe next year as well. And you'll see that further along in the capital section of the budget. The Advantage EG program as well is something that we work really, planning works hand in hand or hand in glove with the economic development team as well to try to move forward applications that are sometimes have, have stumbling blocks or maybe wouldn't as necessarily get through as quickly as they might be. So it's a very fruitful relationship between those two branches within the department. Next slide, please. And I'll just take you to a few of the initiatives on the planning front as well. And I believe council is aware of all these, and these are really initiatives that are were funded in the past, and really we're looking to complete them within the 2026 budget calendar year. One is the Sharon Heritage Conservation District. That's about mid-page on this slide. I will also mention the Thinking Green Development Standards update. That was also mentioned under Corporate Services. That's a joint initiative that we're moving forward to complete in 2026. There's also an implementation of our Built Heritage Strategy, and as well as completing or finalizing our complete community secondary plan. Now, I do have also the zoning bylaw conformity update that may be moving forward as well to finish in 2027. So that's one of the capital programs that may continue to move on beyond 2026. And one thing I will note that perhaps is not accurately reflected here is also the complete community secondary plan has now also been adopted within our draft official plan. So those are all actually going to go projects that are going to move in tandem together because they have become one. And so we will be completing the complete community secondary plan process within our broader ongoing official plan amendment process. And I will note here as well too, just something that perhaps made it onto the slide but should not have is the update mobile licensing bylaw that will now be with Corporate Services. Next slide, please. Just a few items to note here on the key metrics for economic development. You will notice that the business interactions significantly, there was a significant uptake in 2024 and 2025, and part of that is really due to more detailed tracking starting in 2024 calendar year and continuing into this year and then next year. Lots of informal kind of engagements in the past, and now we have formalized how we track those engagements. There's also somewhat of a more limited capacity in 2023 and years prior. Within the job creation as well, staff have introduced a new metric, estimating jobs in the pipeline, to give council somewhat of a better idea of what's coming based on estimated jobs per square foot, based on the type of development application that's being put forward, whether it's commercial or industrial. And those figures are found within our, I believe they're located within the DC background study. Next slide, please. Thank you. And for the planning applications and also planning reports to council, I'll just note that planning reports to council have been have increased quite a bit. I believe year to date, reports coming to, or the items that we brought forward to council are about 30% greater than last year, and that's year to date. So still probably still will have more reports and items being brought forward to council in the next several sessions of council. And applications received to date, I believe, although there was a presumption that those may hover around the same levels of 2024, I believe that number has actually increased, and we are seeing a number greater this year than next year. So it's I think since the writing of also this draft budget, there have been increased activity on the planning front. Next slide, please. And you will notice that we have, I'm not sure what it may be attributed to, but we have noticed a significant increase in planning inquiries, whether it's email, in person, or telephone inquiries as well. And so that planning technician role we have in place right now as well too is in place to address some of those increased volumes, and should help our planning team also focus on the core business of reviewing and processing some of the development applications that we have in the pipeline presently. Next slide. Building metrics. This is a somewhat consistent theme, I think, from last year as well. And certainly it's probably looks like it's kind of perhaps the diagram may show you that it's somewhat perhaps leveled out or bottomed out. So it's right now, I can't perhaps predict in 2026, but certainly this year we are somewhat consistent from last year and from the year prior. And next slide, please. And just for a budget summary, reflecting a small kind of decrease in salary and benefits to the department in 2026. And small also decrease in revenues from our, I believe, within our committee of adjustment function with some of the reduced minor variances that we're expecting to see within this calendar year and have seen to date. Next slide, please. I think what I will just focus on somewhat is some of the advertising and communication, and just to say that, we are targeting or having more targeted advertisement and communication to business owners and entrepreneurs within EG, those existing, those looking to come into EG. And that's somewhat increasing some of the kind of work that our ACTEV branch has been doing within and successfully handling within our Y Space program as well. I think that's a reflection on that success of that program and filtering people into that program. I believe at this point I will stop for questions of that council may have on the presentation to this point.
Thanks, Mr. Krupnik. So on to Mr. Krupnik's kind of overview of things, does the committee have any questions, comments for him at this point? Seeing none, Mr. Krupnik. Oh, Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. So I'm focused on communications and advertising in each department. So with regard to the advertising under economic development, that's $22,000. And economic development, you were talking about estimating the approximate number of jobs that are included in active development applications. Job creation is the chart above that one on page 60. So how can we grow the economic development department? And do you feel that there's sufficient communications funds as well as advertising funds? And what was the expense of $7,580 in consultants and specialized services?
Certainly through you, Mr. Chair. I think, Councillor, that last question you had, I'll have to circle back with you on an answer for that.
Okay.
I certainly wish I unfortunately, due to illness, I don't have my economic development officer or manager of economic development with me here today. But I will say, in terms of the job fronts, we do see, and I believe one of their slides indicated, 2 slides prior indicated that we continue to see an uptake in development agreements being executed, whether that's through subdivision or site plan agreements. And that's therefore leading to increased ICI capital expenditures, which means that things, especially on the industrial front, are getting constructed and built out, and so that's leading to kind of the uptake in some of the jobs numbers. And I think if it's perhaps if there's a follow-up or other questions related to that as well, next time we're in next week as well, or probably between this today's session and next week as well, I can provide some of those answers to our economic development manager.
Very good. So I have a follow-up question, and it's with regard to opportunities in the future, and specifically tourism, and what kind of programming, what kind of advertising is being done to bring more people to East Gwillimbury in terms of traveling, enjoying our historic site, whether it's the Sharon Museum, it doesn't belong to us, but enjoying the facilities and enjoying the different festivals and events that are taking place in East Gwillimbury. So in terms of economic development and what that could potentially bring to East Gwillimbury in terms of revenue in the future.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, and sorry, just to go back on a previous point as well, Councillor, on the communications budget as well too. I mean, it hasn't been communicated to me that through our economic development manager that budget at least is sufficient for the purposes that he set out for it to be. So, or what he wants to achieve with it. So, I think a response to that would be that it is a sufficient communication advertising budget for what they're seeking to do. And if it's acceptable to you, Councillor, I just want to rather speak a little more intelligently about an answer to your latest question, and I'll get perhaps a list of all the initiatives that the ECDEV branch has put out to engage in tourism, in the creation of tourism.
Because through you, Mr. Chair, it speaks to the point number 2 on page 58, investment, attraction, and lead generation. So create and market an East Gwillimbury investment package, inclusive of data, the local value proposition available in upcoming sites and spaces to generate commercial, industrial business leads. I'm curious if that incorporates tourism at all in that creating and marketing an East Gwillimbury investment package. So they're going to do all of that within the budget that you've put forward of $22,000.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe it does, but I will get further refinements to that answer for you, Councillor. Thank you.
Mr. Valachek, did you wish to comment?
Yeah, I would, just very briefly, Mr. Chairman, a really good question being asked, and I thought I heard part of the question was, what are we doing to draw people from outside East Gwillimbury into East Gwillimbury for, whether it be sightseeing or what have you, but also I thought I heard using our facilities, taking advantage of some of our programs and that sort of thing. I'm just wondering if Mr. Karmazin could speak for just a moment, because it's my understanding that not only do we draw people from outside, e.g. to our sports complex for things like hockey tournaments and that sort of thing, but that the help is actually going to be a major draw for things like swim meets and that sort of thing. So I just wondered, I don't mean to put Mr. Karmazin on the spot, but just maybe speak to that briefly about what's currently happening and what opportunities now exist because of the newly opened help.
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, the Health and Active Living Plaza in particular is attracting activity outside of our catchment area, in particular with competitive swim meets. For example, we have our first competitive swim meet booked in the new year in January, where we'll be attracting activity from outside of our normal catchment area within the town, servicing the individual communities of the town, but then also permits for tourism type of sport tourism type of events that will be attract again. It's no dissimilar to what we do at the sports complex as well, with hockey tournaments and soccer tournaments, baseball tournaments, those types of sport tourism type activities.
Thank you, Mr. Karmazin. Mr. Krupnik, do you wish to proceed through for what's next for you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, can you repeat your question?
Would you like to proceed?
I can. I think I'm going to look to where we're going next. Is there a following slide, or am I simply speaking to the fee supported? Okay, thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I think I'm going to take you right into the budget. If I can go to the next slide, please. And just to highlight a few things that salaries and benefits, as you can see, has increased marginally by 188,000. Approximately 80% of those are related to salaries and benefits in the planning branch, with the addition of our proposed new intermediate planner. Some of that is to address, as I mentioned as well, the increased applications that we've come in through the door, and we anticipate to come in through the door as well with our 2026 completion of our complete community secondary plan through our official plan. Planning revenues as well have, we anticipate to see an increase in planning revenues, driven predominantly through our community design plans. Again, at the completion of our Complete Communities Secondary Plan, all of those community design plan areas within the CCSP are distinct community design plan areas. And those will be coming forward, or several of those should be coming forward in the near future as they anticipate to move to the subdivision stage. So they will be coming forward to the through a community design plan prior to reaching their subdivision stage. Again, although this is a non-statutory planning process, there are fees associated with the CDP, as they are they do involve a review of plans, reports as well. It's a fairly large master planning exercise, so quite a bit of staff time and attention so that we can front end some of the master planning and deliver services up front instead of at the subdivision stage. Also, in terms of our, council saw this slide about our building applications, fairly steady this year to last year, and anticipate to be somewhat similar going forward in 2026. So a very marginal increase in building fees due to compliance letters being issued through their department. And once again, finally, a reserve or an increase in draws from a reserve of $412,000 across all areas combined. So that's an increase expected for 2026. And I believe a lot of that is still due to, similar to last budget, through our building department and the necessity of going into building reserves to cover the positions we have in place for that department. I guess I'll pause at this point as well for any comments or questions from council.
Committee members, Councillor Carruthers, thank you. Any other, Councillor Leahy?
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. So my question is, the contingency funds have gone up significantly. In 2026, there's no number for 2025, but it's gone up $91,875. What is the reason for that, for the contingency fund?
Mr. Marshall, did you want to take that? Looks like you do.
Yes. Through you, Mr. Chair. That's where we keep our provision for cost of living allowance. So in the 2025 budget, we allocate that out to departments, but in 2026, we have that, or we allocate it to the salary and benefits line item. So in 2025, it has the cost of living increase for that year in there. In 2026, we don't allocate it to the salary and benefit line. We have a provision for it. So that increase is due to cost of living increase.
Mr. Krupnik, it looks like you are good to proceed based on what I'm seeing here at the table. Oh, Councillor Leahy has another follow-up question.
There are a lot of questions through you, Mr. Chair, regarding the fill operations. And I recall in the last budget, we were, in a sense, the town was having to put money into that because of the decrease in the revenue. Not that we're looking at it as a revenue source. And I was speaking with one of the consultants about wet fill. So it says under wet fill operations, it's $10,000. So why are we paying a consultant to deal with wet fill, and what are the future prospects of income from wet fill or fines from wet fill? Because if this is fee supported, are there any fees coming in regarding wet fill? Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Velchik.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, the only thing that we're dealing with right now are the first two columns, building and planning, and then we'll get to development engineering, park development, and fill operations. I do understand how it could create a little bit of confusion because it's all on the same schedule, but we're just dealing with the first two columns right now. And then when we get to Mr. Molinari's area in Public Works, he will address the fill operations column. So it is coming.
Mr. Krupnik, are you're good to proceed?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. We're going to look now at previously approved capital.
Mr. Chair, I thought we were going on to the chart next. I was waiting for him to put the chart up.
Yeah, I'm happy to follow Mr. Krupnik's lead. He might be doing it in a bit of a different order compared to the other presentations, but I defer to Mr. Krupnik on.
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, we could put up the last slide and go to the next slide on that one. Councillor, is that what you're looking for, the following slide?
Yeah, that was
Thank
one.
you.
So I had my hand up earlier, but we were still on the budget summary, so I wanted to get to this chart. On this chart, there's no numbers in the net budget line at the bottom. Is that because they all net out with the expenses versus revenues? Is that why that is? Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure if it, well, usually there's a little dash in there, but I wasn't sure if it was missed or if it meant it netted out. So the last column, very last bottom right box will be 0. Is that correct?
We're getting nods and yeses. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Carruthers, for that clarification. And Mr. Krupnik, you're good to proceed?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for saying we're getting nods and yeses, because that's, for those who couldn't see, that's what the response was. So again, previously approved capital. That's the 10-year capital budget forecast. I have that. I think on this list as well, too, I do want to point out that there is, under Development Services, City View software enhancements. I do want to point out, and I think this was mentioned as well a little bit in the Corporate Services presentation, that those are enhancements that we're still undertaking as well presently. So we do have our building department under the using and utilizing City View at this point. We are still looking to provide that service and put our the entirety of our planning department or planning branch. Sorry, it feels like the mic is coming in and out a little bit, but we do have the planning department as well scheduled to get on City View as well. That's our intention as well, to improve our service levels as well in the planning branch, that we do obtain that service. I think as well for here, again, a number of these things I touched upon as well in the introduction, in the kind of capital projects that we were tackling within, particularly as well within the planning department, which holds the bulk of those capital projects. And for the most part, other than City View and perhaps the zoning bylaw continuing on, much of that will also be come to a conclusion within 2026. And council will see new capital items coming forward in 2027 to address some of the capital needs that will come out of our OP that council will see again when we come forward for adoption in 2026. I think I'll pause just for a moment to give council a moment to ask some questions about these capital initiatives.
Thank you, Mr. Krupnik. I know committee has had these in front of them, and they've been looking at these initiatives. Councillor Roy DeClemente, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions. One, the community secondary plans is showing that the project has been merged with the OP. So we've got DS-017 and DS-23-001. I'm just wondering if they should be merged into one project, and perhaps the community secondary plans would be closed. We've only spent 10% of that budget, and the OP, we're at about half of that budget. Sorry, 60% of that budget. So I'm just wondering if we should be merging those two projects, since they're going to be one product that's delivered.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would suggest leaving them presently as two separate items, and that being because the intention is on the complete community secondary plan to have a cost recovery through the landowners group on that initiative. So there is still a way and a valid reason for us to keep those two items separate, so that we can invoice for the appropriate amount and recover the appropriate funds.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. And then the other one, I think this is actually staff suggestion on the project status. The business support for downtown revitalization, project 23-006 and 25-003. They're both modest amounts, but the suggestion here is reallocating the $3,700 from 25-003 and close the same project, since they have a similar purpose.
And through Mr. Chair, sorry, Councillor, was there a question with that though? Or I think you seem to perhaps agree with that.
It's a
move.
suggestion. Obviously, it's your budget, Mr. Krubnik, but it looks like finance staff have made a suggestion, and I'm just wondering if you would also be in support of that, in which case we can do an amendment right here and now.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I am in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, I know it's a small adjustment, but it might make sense for us to, for me to put a resolution on the floor to make that adjustment to the open capital.
So while I haven't had time to determine if I'm in a conflict of interest at the level of which amalgamating the budget as it interacts with the Mount Albert revitalization, my consistency has, when we speak to the specifics, is to declare a conflict of interest and step back. So not having had a chance to seek an opinion, if you wish to move an amendment on that, I would look to vacate the chair's position for this amendment out of the abundance of caution, and then I can double back later.
Mr. Chair, we can certainly wait for it. I'm looking at it and it says townwide. So, but I'm not going to push you on either way, but we can certainly table that for future. We're going to be making other amendments as well. So I just want staff to take a note of it and allow you the time to
Thank you.
to get your ducks in a row. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. So when we're talking about those two different items, 23006 and 25003, one says downtown revitalization, business support, the other says local business support, downtown revitalization. What exactly does that represent in terms of what the staff is delivering to the downtown areas in terms of business support? What is the tangible support that's being provided for that those costs in both of those funds?
Mr. Krubnik.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Councillor, that was a question, I think, around the ECDEV item?
Yes, yes. What tangible, what can we see from the business support? What is costing $50,000 in one fund potentially, and then, you know, another 35 in another fund, or we want to amalgamate them? So I'm just wondering what specifically they're both producing in terms of tangible results in business support during the revitalization process.
Okay.
Yeah.
And thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, rather than misspeak, I think I'd like to talk to my economic development manager just to get a precise kind of rundown of what those two items are and provide you a response on what those are. And if therefore then it goes towards your idea of whether or not it is appropriate to amalgamate or not.
Yeah, Councillor Roy DeClementi's idea, yes, yeah. Thank you.
Members of committee, is there any other items as it pertains to this area of Mr. Krupnick's budget presentation? Oh, sorry, Councillor Roy DeClementi again.
Thank you. Just through you, Mr. Chair, are we going to be discussing the reserve continuity schedule as part of the department overviews, or are we going to be doing that at a different time? And the reason I ask is I have department-specific questions with respect to the growth studies, development charges reserve, and the Planning Act development-specific reserve. So I don't know if we want to discuss those now or if that's planned for later in the budget cycle.
Mr. Marshall.
So through you, Mr. Chair, there is an opportunity to do it later, but if there are some specific questions that relate to the operating program or whatever, you can ask those as well.
Well, I'm happy to table these later, but when we're talking about open capital and project and growth-related studies, I'm concerned because our development-specific Planning Act reserve is sitting in a projected negative balance of $641,000. And I know in the past, we've talked about that, if it was that one or the other one, I'm not sure, but years ago, there was a plan to kind of get rid of that deficit, and I didn't know where we stood on that. And then the other question I had was the growth studies, which is the development charges portion, which is also sitting in a negative position of $191,000. And that one I'm less concerned about since it's not as big, but a $641,000 deficit. I think it used to be even bigger. I think it used to be in the neighborhood of 2 or 3 million. So we have been eating away at it, but I just wanted to know where we stood.
Mr. Marshall.
So through you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, those are on our radar screen as well. The planning specific reserve, we are planning on bringing forward a review of our fees and going to look at changing those fees, because right now, in comparison to the N6 in particular, we are on the low side of fees. So we are bringing something early in the new year to address those fees. On the development charge side, the deficit was due to some of the advanced work that we did on the official plan amendments several years ago, and that deficit was, I think, at one point it was actually $6 million deficit. So it's coming down, and every year it's been reduced. So we're hoping in the next year or two that we'll get into a positive standing with the reserve.
Thank you. I guess it's happy to know that, I know you had promised that it was going to come down, so thank you for delivering on that promise. Aside from raising our fees, is there any other mechanisms that we can employ to address that deficit in the Planning Act reserve?
So through you, Mr. Chair, there's two ends. There's the revenue side and there's the cost side. So on the revenue side, one of the things is looking at the fees. The other thing is the volume of applications we get. So right now we know our applications have been fairly low, but we're going to be looking at an increase coming the next couple of years. So that's on that side. On the expenditure side, right now the reserve funds a very large amount of staff that aren't all necessarily doing growth-related initiatives. So there should be some amounts that are applied to the tax base. So we're trying to get that balance in place, and that would reduce the draw on the reserve and more accurately fund the positions based on how they're being used.
Thank you. I think in this area, it's important for us to know we've got to, even when we start to see an increase in applications, it's going to take us a while to actually see a positive balance in that reserve, and it's something we need to be mindful of as we're planning other growth-related studies and activities. Thank you.
Great comments, thank you. Mr. Krupnik, I know we're kind of winding a bit, but I do believe you have another section to present.
Yes, thank you through you, Mr. Chair. And just to touch upon the question of the councillors as well. So I think our planning applications notice a little bit of an uptake as well, which would assist. Certainly the review of the our fees is going to be significant for it to impact our bottom line in 2026. Also, just want to now, I guess, turn to the capital program budget, the DS portion of it, to go through some of the capital items for economic development. And through you, Mr. Chair, so, and we really don't have, I think, in my opinion, a lot on this front, but I will mention a few of the items that have come forward. One is we do intend to update the Economic Development Strategic Plan. That plan is coming to a conclusion, and we will be doing that initiative in-house. With some support, marginal supports to bring that forward so that essentially within the next term of council, we have a vision going forward for the economic strategy of East Gwillimbury. As well, the intention or the hope, and perhaps I'll ask you to go to the next slide. And that's the amount you see there, but and one more, then I believe the next one is our Y space. Yes, and so this one as well is our Y space entrepreneurship program that we hope to continue, and I believe this one will, the amount being sought as well will be for a 2-year investment in 2026 and 2027. $50,000 within each of those 2 calendar years to move this program element forward. And I will ask you to go to next slide. Thank you. And I guess lastly on this as well too is just the investment attraction piece. And as well, there's a request in there for $50,000 of council's consideration. And again, councillors, I will be getting a little bit more detail from you on this as well too, just with regards to the exact kind of contributions that ECDEV is intended to go through to kind of make this initiative a reality. It is broken up into by 20,000 for kind of supplies for this initiative, and then 30,000 for kind of consulting services. So I don't have the details on the consulting services component at this point. Are there any questions from council on these 3 capital programs?
Mr. Krupnik, I just wanted clarity on that because I know that you said the $100,000 for Y Space, and I was of the understanding of that. And then I'm not sure, my eyes are a little bit blurry today, but the 50,000, you said it was 50,000 2026 and 50,000 2027. Is that what you said? Because I'm looking at the capital budget forecast, and I see the full 100,000 is actually being placed within 2026.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I believe the capital request is for 2026, but it intends to run into the 2027 calendar year. So there is a continuity of that wide space program into 2027.
So just for clarity, there wouldn't be additional funds in 2027 in the 10-year capital budget forecast on the 2027 for Y-Space then?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's my understanding for the wide space program.
Thank you. Any other questions from committee? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Krubnik.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I think I'm going to conclude it with the 10-year capital.
Please go ahead, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just going to give it a moment to populate on screen. Okay, thank you very much. And through you, Mr. Chair, I think the biggest impact here you'll see as well is with regard related to the inspector of fleet vehicles for building code enforcement. As well as you do see the official plan review here. I do anticipate again that coming off the table in 2026 with all things moving forward as we anticipate. And the economic program elements as well have previously just been captured and gone through with members of council. And essentially as well with 2026 calendar year, really in moving forward, we had a number of capital items in the hopper, I guess, in the last 2 or 3 years, really trying to finish these off, conclude these projects, and bring them to fruition, bring them to conclusion so that we have kind of a way forward on a number of initiatives, whether they're heritage or official plan, moving forward for the town so that we're well prepared to meet the demands, I guess, of our community moving forward. And I'm here for any questions of council.
So, members of committee, I believe that is everything from Mr. Krubnik. Is there anything that you would like to go over either from the last section or from his presentation here today? Seeing none, we can do a motion to receive. So be it resolved that the Development Services 2026 tax supported budget, the 26 fee supported budget, the 26 capital budget, open capital projects, and 10-year capital status review be received. Can somebody move that for me? Councillor Roy D. Clemente, thank you very much. All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Krubnik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Marshall.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. The next up on the list is our Engineering and Public Works Department with General Manager Molinari taking us through his proposed budget.
Thanks, and through you, Mr. Chair, we're on Engineering and Public Works, which starts on page 67. So, okay, so from the org chart, you can see that Engineering and Public Works is made up of 2 functional areas, including the engineering branch and the Public Works branch. On the engineering side, we have fill operations, capital program and development and traffic engineering. And on the Public Works side, we have road operations, water, wastewater, operational support, and fleet. Moving along. Oh. Yeah, so we have a total of 40.5 full-time positions, which excludes one new proposed manager, given the recent announcements from the province with regards to ASE. In addition, we have 17 crossing guards, we have 4 winter part-time seasonal positions to assist with winter maintenance, and we have 2 summertime seasonal positions. So I know in the binder it says 41.5 positions, but we're actually going to be going forward with 40.5. Moving along, so our core programs and services and our projects and strategic initiatives are shown on page 68 and 69 respectively. And if we move to page 69, with regards to new projects, just like to highlight a couple. So under responsible growth, we have our support for the York Region Sewage Works project, which will be constructed in a number of stages to support the next waves of growth. We anticipate to receive some allocation from the region by the end of this year. That's a very significant project to allow for development in the town going forward. We also have, under environmental stewardship, finalized the design and commence construction of the Mount Albert Outfalls in 2026. That project is well in hand to be able to do that. And finally, under build complete communities, we have complete construction of the revitalization projects in Holland Landing and Mount Albert Road, and both of those are also in very good shape at the moment. So moving along to department metrics, which is page 70 to 73. At the top of page 70, we have commercial fill volume placed. We've had reduced activity at Mount Albert Pit from about 2021 to 2024, largely due to COVID and some slowdown in activity. We see that there's been an increase in 2025. And we also understand that there's been a fairly significant award of contract to support the Toronto subway expansion. So we expect there's going to be some significant fill coming up to the Mount Albert Pit over the next couple of years. So that lower activity will likely increase. That's good from the standpoint of, being able to complete the pit. But also what comes with that are complaints and issues with truck trafficking, et cetera. So just a heads up on that. At the bottom, engineering submissions. This metric actually has an error on in 2025. That should read 14 and not 30. So with that in mind, we can see that our rate is somewhat consistent over the years, fluctuating a little bit. Submissions have been stable, but again, based on some of what we heard from planning previously, we expect that some of those numbers to increase in the next coming year, especially with some additional allocation coming our way, and as interest rates come down and development house sales start to improve again. Moving along to page 71. These are really metrics and measures of workload. There's significant work underway in our operations area and as well for winter maintenance, and that's kind of supported by the fact that those levels are somewhat stabilized over the last couple of years. So, but significant work in hand that keeps all of our staff very busy. Moving along to page 72. Waste management, residential tons. This is actually a good news story. We can see that the total tonnage has been consistent despite growth, and what that tells us is that there's less waste being set out per household. And conversely, or similarly, when we look at the next metric in terms of waste collection cost per household, there's been, since 2021, you can see there's a general downward trend, which is also a good news story, which basically tells us that, yeah, even though there's less waste at the curb per household, the costs have actually gone down despite a period of pretty significant inflation over those years. So that's a measure of a really great efficiency that residents have been able to take advantage of over the last few years. Looking at total roads and sidewalk kilometers, again, from the chart, it looks fairly flat, but there is actually a bit of increase there. It's slow and steady growth over time, which translates to about 8% increase over about a 5-year period. Similarly, on page 73, we see our chart kind of shows the same trend of slow, steady growth over time. On the total kilometers of infrastructure, probably about a 6% or so increase from 2021 to 2025. And associated with that are also with more growth and with more roads and infrastructure, there's more annual regulatory water samples that are being taken as well. Okay, any questions on our department metrics?
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. So I'll ask some of my fill questions from page 70 with the graphs that you've presented to us. I would be remiss if I didn't ask some questions about the fill, because I'm getting a lot of inquiries about fill with the potential of there being increased truck traffic and increased fill deposits. So with regard to the commercial fill volume placed, could you explain that chart a little bit more? And then when the fill sites investigated, whose responsibility is it to investigate the fill sites? Is it the town staff, or is it another body?
Okay, so in terms of the fill volume placed, really those are just metrics in terms of actual numbers that the town has observed. The town doesn't have any of its own sites. We just oversee some of the sites that are out there, and at over the 21 to 2025, there's really been 2 commercial fill sites, and the first one being Man Albert Pit, and the second one being the Rice Pit, that started to do some work, but actually never commenced filling their pit. They just did some site works in order to build a berm, but never actually dumped any fill into that pit. And so really it's a measure of the workload that's happening at MAP. And MAP has been somewhat slower in recent times, just because the economy and the housing market has been slow. Now that but with the announcement that of the subway moving forward, there's a significant amount of fill that's going to be coming out of that project, and MAP has a contract, from what we understand, to start receiving some of that fill. So we would expect that those levels are going to increase from what they were. But we still have our agreement in place with MAP that limits the truck traffic to, I think it's 250 trucks per day, and they still we're still required to go through the same permit renewals every year that they always do. As one of the things we're going to do to assist with management of that is have some improved surveys to make sure that they're filling, that they're not overfilling, and that as they get closer to filling up that pit, that those elevations are being respected according to the design plan. In terms of fill sites investigated, our staff do that as part of proactively monitoring the town to look for illegal fill activity. In the past, we've been pretty successful in finding those locations. Oftentimes, it's through complaints from residents that we'll go out and we'll do some inspections. But when we do find them, we try to bring them into compliance. And in some cases, we will assist with the LSRCA and take people to court and lay charges, such as what's happened with some of the fairly significant fill that's been illegally dumped on Highway 48. That staff played a pretty important role in dealing with and getting that issue to stop.
Thank you, Mr. Molinari, and thank you, no follow-up. That's what I was leading to. Okay, anybody else, any questions as pertaining to the metrics that Mr. Molinari was presenting? Mr. Molinari, you've got the green light for the next. Oh, Councillor Foster, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Molinari, help me understand something here. We talked about less waste per household, which is good. That might have something to do with our recycling program that we all know is about to change dramatically. We are hearing from some folks about the fact that they're a little unhappy. I'm just wondering if our recycling program takes a hit because of the changes, people start throwing more stuff in the garbage rather than recycling. Are we okay budget-wise to handle that? How does that work against the numbers that you've got down here for us to try to understand? Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So really, that's a question for next year. We don't know what people are going to do next year. Our hope is that, you know, our recycling program and our current waste management program has been around for a long time. People have a pretty good idea of what goes where. And with any change in program, there's going to be a little bit of noise at the beginning, but eventually it'll start to stabilize. And so next year there may be a little bit of an anomaly, but I would suspect within a year or so it will start to calibrate itself and get on track and start to follow a more linear line as it has in the past. But certainly those concerns you raised are things that we're hoping with some good key messaging that we can reach the public with regards to, and circular materials, who's doing the work, who's now going to be taking over recycling province-wide. We'll do some good communicating with the public in order to make that transition as smooth and seamless as possible.
Great, thank you. Councillor Foster, any follow-up? No. Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Mr. Molinari. I don't want to stray far from the budget discussions, but Councillor Foster makes a good comment, and the only thing I would add is it might be of value to talk to your counterparts in Simcoe County, because they went through a very similar process. I have family that live in Wasaga Beach, and I know they went through a similar changeover with the big blue bin, and people were not happy about it there as well. So it'd be interesting to see what their experience was. I just throw that out there for your consumption. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We are actually in discussions with lots of area municipalities on their experience so that we can get ahead of it on with respect to our changeover.
Yeah, it certainly is challenging because it's not our program, but we're just trying to advocate and be the frontline people when really we shouldn't be. Anyway, that's my opinion. The getting back to metrics, is there any other questions in regard to metrics? No. Mr. Molinari, if you'd like to proceed.
Certainly. Okay, moving along to the budget summary page on page 75. Okay, so the EP 2026 tax-supported budget includes some modest increases for inflation and growth, as well as some significant reductions resulting from the removal of recycling from our waste collection program. Also, the budget contemplated some revenues from automated speed enforcement, which are not likely to materialize due to recent announcements from the province. So the budget includes operating expenditures of approximately $7.4 million, with actually a budget decrease of $137,000, or minus 2%, exclusive of revenues. So it's not often that we're able to bring forward a budget that has such an extensive reduction. Some of the major drivers, there's a net decrease in our salaries and benefits line when we remove ASC funding. I know in the budget sheet it shows positive, but when you take out that position that was associated with bringing ASC on, it does result in a net decrease in our salaries and benefits line, and that's in part due to a reduction of about $32,000 in part-time staff costs due to some efficiencies and to align with some of our actuals over the past couple of years. We have some minor increases for contracted services, about $17,000. We have an increase of $73,000 in public works due to growth and inflation. We have, but one of the largest items, the change on this budget is a $372,000 net reduction to waste as a result of removing the Blue Box program. So that was the town's component of those costs for that particular program that won't exist after the province takes that over at the end of this year. There's also a $41,000 reduction in indirect corporate costs. So all those costs put together, pluses and minuses, those adjustments get us to the -2% that I noted. As we look at in the revenue section, there's about $100,000 coming in from our typical sources, as well as the projection of $575,000 from ASE. So again, as the ASE program is on hold from the province, we're hopeful that there may be some sort of funds that come forward as a result of in lieu of that program, but those are things that we'll have to wait and watch for. So, but if you keep the ASE program budget in, as per what's shown on our budget sheet, the net EPW is -8%, including those revenues. So it's a pretty significant decrease all in. Moving to page 76, we have total expenditures of about $7.4 million. Those are the main drivers of that are operations, which represents about 63%. We've got waste management at about 16%, and capital at about 11%. And those again are the largest components of that. In terms of revenues on the pie chart on the right side, operations. $32,000 is for waste management, and we have about $675,000 for operations. Again, that number would change to about $100,000 if we remove ASE. So any questions on the tax-supported budget?
Giving one more pause for committee. Mr. Molinari, please proceed.
Okay, so moving along to the fee-supported budget, that is on page 107. Okay, that's on page 107. Just waiting for the slide to come up there. Okay. Engineering and Public Works has two functional areas in the development fee-supported budget. So namely development engineering as well as fill operations. And the budget summary is on the screen on page 109. There are a couple of minor changes proposed for EPW. For our component of the for the fee-supported budget. There's an increase for salaries and benefits to cover step progressions and benefits for development engineering and fill operations. Those total approximately $49,000. Other changes include the contingency line for COLA and indirect corporate cost lines. And all the other EPW-related line items remain unchanged from 2025. And that's for the development, engineering, and fill columns of the, as listed in the budget. Turning to page 10, or 110, in terms of expenditures and revenues by branch, engineering and fill are a small component of the overall budget, so 19% of expenditures and 11% of revenues. And again, the revenues are typically from site plan and subdivision fees, as well as tipping fees from the large commercial fill sites, which are simply recoveries and not for profit. Any questions on the fee-supported budget?
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. So my question is with regard to the fill operations, and when we're looking on page 110, the expenditures by branch for fill operations is 193,695, and then the revenues are only 150,000. So we're having to make up a gap in that, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. So this year, our fill, the fill revenue from tipping fees, et cetera, wasn't insufficient to cover the operating costs for the year. And some years it's higher, some years it's lower, and this is just one of those years where we had to bridge.
Follow-up question, yes, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So should we be looking at increasing the tipping fees? I mean, I understand from my conversations with the people who are knowledgeable in this area is that it's not an area where you look to increase revenue. You're not looking to generate revenue or have large profits. You just kind of want to be breaking even. So should we be improving increasing the tipping fees, or how do we make it break even rather than being at a loss?
Through you, Mr. Chair, typically typically we're not losing on this particular line item. Normally this is a positive budget item. So can we increase tipping fees? We can as new sites come online, but we have agreements in place with the current providers at a fairly aggressive number for that tipping fee, which we did at the time. So as time goes on, that number may not be as aggressive as it once was, but it's still, even by today's terms, is still a pretty aggressive tipping fee. But as new ones come in, there will be an opportunity to charge higher rates on those fill sites as they come online.
Any other questions for committee prior to Mr. Molinari going to capital? Councilor Roy Clemente.
Thank you. I guess along those lines is just a comment regarding our reserves continuity schedule. You can see the draw from reserves in order to address that operating gap in the fill operation. So the fill and site alteration reserve is now, at the end of 2026, would have a deficit position of 33,000. And I sort of look at this as the same way as we look at our building permit revenue. We consistently have a similar level of expenses, but our revenue fluctuates based on activity. And so as you're starting to see that the building economy is starting to improve, it's a bit of a canary in the coal mine to see what's happening in the building industry. Is if they're digging, that means that things are being built, which means we're going to potentially see building permit activity improve, but we're also going to see revenue in the fill area improve. I do know that our tipping fees were aggressive when we implemented them. We got quite a bit of pushback from potential applicants who were essentially scared off by our tipping fees and moved to another municipality because of that. And I was glad about that, actually. But I don't see us being able to renegotiate those agreements that we have now with those two operators that we have. Thank you.
Mr. Valchik, you wish to comment?
Mr. Chair, just a general comment based on something that Councilor Brady Clemente said that I think is really important. If you go back to the activity metrics that Mr. Krupnik went over earlier in today's deliberation, you saw that there was significant continuing activity in the planning function. But we also saw concurrent, very low levels of activity in the building department. What that represents is a continued buildup of planning demand, and as soon as those economic conditions are right for building activity, we have got a tsunami coming at us. So just to kind of put it into perspective, that right now we see on the building side things being slow, but we also see demand continuing to just get greater and greater and greater. So it's not a matter of if, but when, and that will then also translate into some of the activities that Mr. Molinari's team gets involved in as well.
Mr. Molinari, if you'd like to proceed.
Certainly. Okay, so we are moving along to previously approved capital, which is Addendum 1, Item 1, Page 2. Okay. So Engineering and Public Works has worked hard over the last few years to reduce and minimize our open capital and catch up on projects that were impacted both through and following COVID. Although some projects are multi-year projects, others from time to time encounter obstacles that require more effort and time to complete, depending on circumstances. So of the 30 open capital items listed, 11 are to be closed or are simply awaiting delivery of fleet, which can sometimes take up to 2 years. 4 are in progress and are expected to be complete in 2026. 15 of them are multi-year projects that are in progress and were planned to be carried forward with completion in potentially up to the end of 2027 or 28, or are being completed by the region and invoicing will follow. So of those 15 multi-year projects, 11 are proposed to be completed in 2026. And so leaving just a handful of carryover projects into 2027 if all goes well. So for some additional context, since 2017, EPW has completed 132 projects, 132 projects have been approved, and out of those 132 projects, 113 of them are complete or will be closed by the end of this year. So that leaves just 19 carry forward projects, which represents essentially an 86% completion rate over a 9-year period. And that just goes to the great work that has been done through our capital engineering group. So a couple of projects I'd like to highlight. Project 17048, the design of new sidewalks in Queensville. So this is our oldest project on the books, and the project's now 95% complete. It's been submitted to the region for approval, and we're expecting that to be completed and constructed in approximately 2027. We're looking forward to getting that one off of our chart. The next one we're also looking to get off our chart is the next project, 20040 Highway 48. Which we are looking to close at the end of this year. This is another one of those marathon projects that staff and council has spent considerable time dealing with to push this through the project. We're one handrail away from that project being completed. And we are all looking forward to that being done as well. So the other project I'd like to highlight, so the 20041 Mount Albert, downtown Mount Albert, the Center Street revitalization. It's a multi-year project, and it's happy to report it's still on target to be completed in 2026 as per the approved schedule. We have a couple of bridge projects, so 21008 bridge rehabilitations. These, if council will recall, those are the bridges that were damaged due to overloaded vehicle use and were fully closed back in 2022. The finishing touches on the design were completed last year. Construction was awarded and at the end of last year, and construction is expected to be complete in 2026, probably by late summer. Similarly to the Mount Albert Revitalization Project 22008, Downtown Holland Landing, Yonge Street Revitalization. That project is also progressing well with water main construction well underway and in the spring, that will commence with the road and boulevard works and wrap that project up on time by the end of 2026. Moving along, we have another significant project underway, which is our Mount Albert storm outfalls and retaining wall design. That was a multi-year project in partnership with PRC. The outfall design is beyond 60% complete, including a fairly significant public consultation period, and we're looking forward to building those outfalls next year. And in terms of fleet, all of our fleet's been ordered and or delivered, with the exception of a couple items in the fleet area. So there's a Freightliner, 2017 Freightliner replacement dump plow. That's been on hold due to tariffs. We were ready to move forward with it, but tariffs would have significantly increased the cost, so we held off on that particular purchase, and we're hoping that we can move forward with that in 2026. We also had a budget sheet, EP 25011, which was electric vehicle charging stations. There was grant associated with that particular project, but unfortunately at the end of, as we were just getting ready to go through with the procurement, the grant conditions changed with the vendor, and really the approach was no longer feasible. So we're going to change gears on that one, and through PRC, they're going to look at alternative approaches to deliver some charging stations at some of our facilities. In addition, we have 3 electric vehicles from 2025 that were ordered, but won't be delivered until 2026. From what we understand, there was a shortfall in materials at the assembly plant, and so those have also been deferred. So I'm happy to answer any questions on capital.
I gotta say, I've got confetti poppers at home. I should have brought them after that delivery of that. That was project's complete, project's complete, project's complete. I think that hearing you say the 113 of the 132 by the end of the year, I'm not sure if that was exactly right, but I can tell you that the community is very happy to hear that, and I think that so much of this term, execute what we can get done. You can see that a lot of those older items have fallen off the table, and a lot of this is from that term, and from this term, and I am glad that council, yourself, your staffing team have worked so hard to look to tie everything up, so that's appreciated. Councilor Roy DeClemente, did you have your hand up?
I did.
Councilor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you. Just wondering, there's a couple of projects here. There's 2 projects that total $420,000 in stormwater management ponds. They look like they might be almost done, but I'm not sure why there are 2 of them, and why we're not just blending those into one project. And I'll have another question after that.
Through Mr. Chair. So that's going to be one of those items that will probably become an annual program in time. We've really just been trying to frame this up. As you know, we haven't had dedicated budget for stormwater management infrastructure, and it is a fairly significant cost to the town. So we've spent the last couple years with LSRCA getting a bit of a program put together on what we need to do. And once we have that program a little more solidified, we'll have a better program that we can put in as one of our recurring annual programs, because you never finish with your stormwater ponds. It's kind of the same as a road network. You never finish fixing your roads. So that's going to be the same type of project. And right now, really, we were putting initial capital projects in just to eat the elephant a little bit at a time. And we'll be coming forward with a more robust annual program in coming years.
I didn't know that elephant meat was edible. For me, I'm just looking at it saying, we've got 45% spent, expecting to close the project in December 2025. Then we have another one, multi-year procurement preparation underway. I would like to see, if it's going to be a regular program, I'd like to see some kind of consistency of just like you do with the road network, here's the program, these are the 3 streets we're going to do this year. This year, we're going to do these, like, we know where the ponds are. There's some that need to be dredged, there's some that need to be maintained or what have you. So I think if we're going to do it, because it is a network that we need to maintain, I think I'd like to see, as we go forward, a program that's measurable and understandable, but what comes next. And like our roads and our gas tax usage, how do we continue to do that in a mindful way? The similar line of questioning with respect to streetlights. We've got $850,000 right now allocated to streetlight rehabilitation and LED conversions. And so again, I think we've talked about this briefly in the past, but again, there's 2 projects here with similar outcomes, but not really clear on what's happening on either of those. So I'm just wondering if you can comment further on that, please.
Certainly. On the streetlight program, that's another one that just like the road network, you never finish. But the LED conversion component, we will finish that one. That will be have a finite ending to it. That project, because of all the costs on our bridge repairs and just from a cash flow perspective, there was a lot of benefit in just kind of using the existing available service life that's remaining in our existing network, maximizing that so that we can build up funds to be able to go out and do that full conversion made some sense. That also provides us with some time in order to potentially take advantage of some grant funding if any of that comes out there. So right now, we're in the process, we're doing a town-wide design for our street network. With that design in hand, we can then roll out those that conversion construction as time and money permits. So really, we're probably a year to 2 years away from having that design in place, and then from there, it's really going to be driven by again time and available money to move forward with it. So that's kind of at a high level. That's what our strategy is.
So you talked about cash flow, but we've allocated $850,000 to this already. So if you're suggesting that you're not going to use it at this point because you want to build up more cash, and you've got a multi-year design that's being undertaken and not necessarily any construction, shouldn't we be either closing or blending or doing something with these projects? If you're telling us that the $850,000 is not imminently going to be spent?
Through Mr. Chair, there is potential for that to be spent. Like we can go ahead and we have picked certain projects to go in and do those conversions on. The design is going to take I don't recall the exact dollar value on the design, but those dollars allow us the flexibility to maintain our existing network so that we can extend the service life. And when we first embarked on this, that a lot of that money was set up for to replace some poles that were starting to fall down on us, frankly. So we didn't know how much that was going to be, so we put a robust budget together to make sure we had enough to cover that off. Luckily, we aren't going to need, I don't believe we're going to need the full value of that budget in order to do those replacements, but with an old network, there's uncertainty. It's good to have some of that money in hand in case we do need to do more as we get out in the field and start replacing those poles. There may be some other locations that we find in an old network that needs some attention so that we can keep the lights on realistically.
I don't mean to belabor the point, but you have spent $0 on either one of those capital projects. So I'm not suggesting that we close and yank $850,000 of spending. But I am suggesting that we revisit what we're doing here, since for 2 years we have spent $0 and we're holding $850,000 in abeyance.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so yes, on one of those projects, we're late at the table. We have a number of capital the last 2 years have been very busy capital project-wise. So rather than start on another project, we hope to get to that project a little quicker. Due to resources, we weren't able to do that. So we're now just going out to procure those services. But the pole replacements, that work is either underway or it will be started very shortly. So although you haven't seen a lot of expenditures on that to date, that will be changing very, very quickly. So I don't expect we're going to be using the full 800,000 on that, but we will be expending the funds that need to be expended in order to do the works we need to do in order to extend the service life of that infrastructure.
Just looking around the table, if any other members of committee have anything. And looking online, Mr. Molinari, back to you.
Okay. So moving along to our proposed capital, which is pages 294 to 235. So staff have a number of high-profile and significant projects already underway, such as the two downtown revitalization projects and major bridge rehabilitation. So as a result, we've tried to limit new capital initiatives in 2026 in order to effectively manage the town's significant work in progress. So as such, there are 8 capital projects and 3 fleet requests included in the 2026 budget. We have CI 24008, which is on page 294, which is our Yonge Street widening and Old Yonge Street rehabilitation project. This is a top-up of $250,000, and I know, the original project was $250,000, and this one's a top-up of $250,000. The reality is that $250,000 these days doesn't actually buy you a whole lot of construction. So what we're getting for that $250,000 is a change to the sidewalk width. It's changing from 1.5 meters wide to 2 meters wide. There's some new mid-block lighting that's being added to the project, and there's some new storm sewer upgrades. And those items weren't contemplated at the beginning of this project, and hence the top-up that's required to complete it. We also have the recurring standard projects, such as our road rehabilitation program, which has been scaled down for 2026, just because we have the 2 revitalization projects that also include road rehabilitation and road reconstruction within them. We also have our Safer Streets program, which is an annual program, and our annual stormwater rehabilitation program that's included in our budget. In addition, noteworthy is Project EP 26006, which is our Mount Albert storm outfalls. Again, this project is for the reconstruction of 4 outfalls, expecting it to be complete in 2026 and 2027, about $4.2 million worth of work. The detailed design of the trail and retaining wall and path is being completed in partnership with PRC, and the outfall project won't require the retaining wall, and so that project is, and so as part of the EPW project, we will either bury that or regrade, unless that wall is required by PRC as part of their project. But that project will be managed by PRC separate from our outfall construction. We also are proposing 3 fleet purchases, and namely, there's a need to upgrade the fuel system at the yard. The existing fuel system was about 25 years old. It's no longer supported. We have a patrol truck that needs to be replaced. The current truck has about 250,000 kilometers on it, and it's at its 5-year replacement schedule, and that one's a good candidate for replacement. We also have a plow truck that has reached its 10-year service life. It's got 106,000 kilometers on it. It still has a little bit of life left in it. We're going to keep it as a spare, as we normally do, until our next unit arrives, and that's, judging by the lead times now, it could be, it's typically in the 20 to 24 month lead time. So, you know, we're going to keep that truck will still be in service for probably another 2 years until its replacement is available. And happy to answer any questions on capital.
Mr. Molinier, I'm not sure if you wanted to bring that up now, but you've also had the Queensville Side Road Bridge 109, the 24, oh, sorry. No, that's,
Yeah, the Queensville Bridge is in there, yeah.
that is in there?
Yep. So that particular project, it's a $50,000 top-up. And really, it originally that design was, it was thought that it was going to be a reconstruction, or there was just going to be a rehabilitation, and it's now going to be a full reconstruction.
Okay.
And because of that, there's a few studies and things that you have to do in addition to when you're doing a reconstruction that you don't necessarily have to do when you're doing a rehabilitation. So there's an extra $50,000 top up just to make sure that we have the dollars that we need to finish that project off.
Great, and if it pleases everybody, we can look to have that in the motion as well to address the top-up. Questions regarding these new projects? Councilor Roy DiClemente.
I have a few. I'm wondering if we can, if you can clarify the Yonge Street widening and Old Yonge Street rehabilitation. I'm not clear on what it is. There's 2 spots. It talks about Green Lane South into the town of Newmarket, and then it talks about Old Yonge. So can you clarify what and where, please?
Certainly. So this was it's not really the town's project. This is the region's project. And so the region's doing work on Yonge Street. Because they're doing work on Yonge Street, there was some road closures and traffic was diverted onto Old Yonge Street. And Old Yonge Street has never been set up to handle the type of traffic that was put on it through that process. And so the road experienced some pretty significant degradation as a result of that. So as a result, the region assisted with some works to repair that road, and we as well threw some dollars into that road in order to have it repaired. So that was repaired back in, I think, 2023. And then there were some deficiencies that were just recently completed to bring it, to build it, to make sure that it was constructed to the state that we wanted it to be constructed to. So, and with regards to Yonge Street widening, so the region was redoing their Yonge Street project, and as part of that, we were responsible for some sidewalk work, et cetera. And that sidewalk work has recently been completed, but you know, through that process, we wanted to widen the sidewalks a little bit from a 1.5 meter width to a 2 meter. The 1.5 is a fairly narrow width for a sidewalk, and 2 meters for that type of road is a much more appropriate width for that.
So it's actually a bit confusing because you're telling, what I'm hearing, I'm going to paraphrase, is we did road work on Old Yonge because the traffic that was diverted onto Old Yonge degraded the road and we needed to repair the road in partnership with the region because it was the region who closed the original pathway and so they were helping to repair it. So that was one project. And then we have another project that we're doing in partnership with the region, which is the sidewalk as part of the Yonge Street revitalization from Green Lane to the town's border.
Through you, Mr. Chair, they're actually, it's all part of the same project. Even though they're two separate roads, it's all part of the same overall project, and that's why the two were lumped together. So it's one project that the regions was managing, and so we put the capital project together as our component of their project, which just happens to have two roads in two different locations. But the two are,
It's a
you know,
road
if you
and a
look at it.
sidewalk.
Yeah, but on the region's road, we're responsible for the sidewalks as they construct them. So I know it's a little convoluted, but it does make sense for them all to be bundled together just to keep them straight, because if you separate them, then it would probably even be more confusing.
I guess for me, that's where I'm trying to understand it, is one's a road, one's a sidewalk, and you need double the budget.
Yes.
You can see why that would confuse me. Okay, thank you. If I may, Mr. Chair. The road rehabilitation program, you normally include a map for us that shows what roads are being done. It's usually a small collection across the municipality, and this time we just have the pavement management diagram that you normally include as well. So I'm just wondering, it feels like that's a light program. In the past, I feel like it's gas tax plus, and that's usually about 900,000. I'm seeing a lot less this time around. I'm just wondering if you can comment on that, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So you're right. This year is a very scaled down version of it, in part because of workload with staff. This is going to be a very busy year for our two revitalization projects. The amount of time that goes into those, just to do one, is significant. We have two with a number of bridge projects. So we didn't want to not do a road resurfacing contract, so we scaled it down. So we're doing the concrete program as part of that. Miscellaneous concrete, you have no choice but to do that because of trip and falls, insurance issues, et cetera, and safety. So that one's still in. Instead of doing some additional resurfacing, we're considering the work that's being done on the revitalization projects to be in lieu of our resurfacing contract. In fact, our resurfacing contract is actually funding part of some of the repairs on Main Street on one of the revitalizations. So our two revitalizations are our pavement rehabilitation program for the year as we see it. And the resurfacing, the formal resurfacing contract is really just, doing our concrete work and our pavement management so that we've got our program lined up for next year when we resume back to a normal program.
Okay. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up Rogers Road. I would argue that it is probably, I've never seen a road that looked like that. It's an embarrassment to the community, and I'm just wondering if you can tell me when those, there's only a few of them, but when those residents are going to see actual progress being made on their street.
I understand that'll be 2027.
And why can't we do it in 2026?
That comes down to workload. Again, 2026 with our two revitalization projects and the bridge projects, that has got our staff at maximum. We're at maximum.
I think the challenge is that this was identified in, don't quote me, but it was at least 2022, if not earlier, as needing dire attention. And we're now looking at another 5 or 6 years for these people to have to wait. It's appalling. Something has to be done, even in the short term. It's not acceptable, quite honestly.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we will ensure, as we always do, we will ensure that potholes, pavement condition is so that road is passable. But yes, we agree, we would like to get that done as soon as we can, and we will prioritize that as soon as we have the capacity to make that happen.
Okay, thank you. If I may, Mr. Chair, I'm assuming others have other questions as well, but
You said, you go ahead, you said you had a few to
I
start
do,
off, so
yeah,
go
I
ahead.
do have a few.
Yep, go through your list.
Thank you. Safer Streets Program, $274,700. Work includes a radar speed board and/or a camera. It references automated speed enforcement. I think I need a little bit more detail on what this project is. I know that we have an ongoing program, but this is capital rather than an operating expense. So I'm just wondering what you can share as far as details on this one is, please.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, originally ASE was going to be a pretty significant component of that budget. So, you know, that whole program was kind of, it hit a brick wall very late in the year.
Rather large
And
speed
none of
bump.
us were expecting that. So we likely have more money in this particular budget than what's needed when you pull out ASE. The budget's also going to be providing for some ongoing works for one of the pedestrian crossings at Vivian Creek and in Mount Albert. And the camera radar board will be another purchase that we'll make. We've been finding those to be pretty good units in order to deal with the worst traffic offenders out there, because it basically targets them directly. And I think, you know, every once in a while we get some information about, you know, their vehicles going, you know, double the speed limit, sometimes triple the speed limit. And that camera actually takes a picture of the license plate. We speak with YRP, and YRP does a number of different things, including at their discretion, including banging on the door and talking to the owner of that vehicle. So it's been a very, I think that's probably one of the best programs that we've had from a traffic perspective.
So how many, we already have at least one. How many camera radar boards do we have?
We're going to try and get 3 or 4 in total. We have one that's in use. We just got delivery of one a couple months back, and through this budget, we're going to order another 1 or 2.
Okay. I have 2 more, Mr. Chair. So the stormwater rehabilitation program, it won't come as a shock to you that I'd like to see, given that you've already got 2 open capital projects with, I guess it's almost $300,000 available, I'd like to see some more reporting on sort of a program, an ongoing program, because you've got another one here looking for more money. And I'm not understanding like that initiative from an overall perspective. What's the strategy? What are the projects? So that, I would appreciate some further reporting on that. And then finally, the pièce de résistance, the $4.2 million for Mount Albert storm outfalls and construction. Is there a way that we can phase that? It's a lot of money.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are somewhat phasing it. We're doing 2 outfalls initially, and then probably followed by the remaining outfalls afterwards. So it's all part of one we want to tender it all as one contract, but the actual construction of it will likely be phased. So those sorts of details we will figure out, but we don't. From a management perspective, having 2 different contractors doing that wouldn't be cost effective, and it would be administratively more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
That was very productive. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. And just following up from my colleagues' comments about the Mount Albert stormwater, the outfalls, the storm outfalls, there was a public information session at which I spoke to several residents who've been waiting for 20 years. They talked about this going on for 20 years, and in the past decade, significant further erosion. So I think it's one of those projects that maybe if it had been addressed a while back, maybe it wouldn't be as quite a large project as it is now. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Molinari, but I think that was my impression, that they've been very patient, and so they're looking forward to that being addressed. So my question is with regard to an issue that came up earlier in the spring when the roads were thawing and there was water on the roads out by the ATV plant that is with King, and that the staff we were getting phone calls from all of the trucks, and there were half loads, there were full loads, and that my understanding is that the staff were almost on a weekly basis at least addressing those potholes. And so I was wondering where that is in our projects here, if it is addressed at all, and if in the future, if there are any expenses that we need to be planning for, if this is indeed a joint responsibility of King as well as East Gwillimbury, because of the number of trucks and the specifically around that facility and the roads as they were designed.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So staff last year, we went out and did some fairly extensive spot repairs, which was basically full depth road repair for some areas that were very challenging. Those roads are not intended to be fully loaded in outside of the winter and summer. So during half loads, fully loaded trucks were using that particular road. And so staff went out and we did our best to repair those roads despite the fact that vehicles were going through fully loaded, and we recognized the reasons why they were, and that's why we went out to assist with that. There are certain areas of that road that are actually not even, there are actually unopened road allowances that the town has gone in and provided some assistance with. So I think we've gone, I think our staff have actually provided very good service in those particular instances, and we're really looking for, if those property owners want to use that year-round, there really needs to be a combined agreement or a combined effort in order to get those roads improved to a state that supports their business. So those sorts of discussions are necessary if those landowners wish to continue using the road in the way that they did last spring.
I have a follow-up question. So I'd like to understand better in terms of what the responsibility is financially on King Township versus East Gwillimbury, and where it might be reflected or it might be advisable in the future if we are planning for future costs, because I'm wondering where is it in the 2026 budget to deal with what's going to happen potentially next year, or it's not in the budget?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So it's not an annual program. We do repairs town-wide using the budget that we have. And we spread that around kind of as required, where required. Our boundary road agreement with King is such that we split the costs on that boundary road equally. So depending on what works are done, we will recover for half of the cost of that if it is a boundary road with King.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Thank you.
So looking around the table and looking to the screen, just in case Councillor Foster, no? Okay, Mr. Molinari, you can proceed.
Okay, so moving along, the 10-year capital, which is Addendum 1, Item 2, page 6, I believe. All right, so Engineering and Public Works has a 10-year budget forecast of just under $81 million. Some of the highlights from our forecast include construction projects totaling about $43 million, including the Holland Landing revitalization, which is $17 million, the Highway 11 multi-use path and lighting project, which is about just under $6 million, our structure rehabilitation, which is about $5 million, and LED conversions, $7 million, our Mount Albert outfalls, about $4 million, and sidewalk design and construction, about $3.8 million. So our annual road rehab program totals about $25 million. Our stormwater rehab program totals about $9 million, and our Safer Streets initiative and master plans totals about $2 million. And from previous questions with regards to our stormwater rehab program, the $9 million is really our long-term program that we'll be looking to provide some more information on what that program entails. And that's our 10-year forecast. So happy to answer any questions.
Members of committee, any questions for Mr. Molinari on the, I'll say then on the 10-year and then anything else as it relates to the department? Okay, looks like we're seeing none. Okay, Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to go back, if I might, Mr. Molinari. You talked about some of the vehicle purchases that we were hoping to make, but the tariffs are proving to be a problem. Let's assume that Mr. Trump doesn't change his position. What's our plan B?
Well,
Is there another country we can buy these products from? Can we not buy them domestically? I appreciate that they're a niche product, so anyway, just wondering what Plan B is.
So through you, Mr. Chair, really our strategy was to hopefully just by waiting, the tariffs would be dealt with and removed, and we'd be back to it again. At some point in time, we have an operation that we need to do, and we need to buy vehicles. In the interim, there may be a strategy to extend the service life of the vehicles we have a little bit longer, but that really is on a case by case. These vehicles are expensive to purchase, but they're also very expensive to maintain. So, it's like having an old car. At some point in time, it's just not worth fixing all the things on it. By the time you replace one part at a time, you've paid for the vehicle. Probably paid for 3 vehicles. So, at some point in time, you just have to bite the bullet and go. We're hoping that there will be some sort of agreement made with respect to tariffs, and we'll be able to kind of get back on track with where we were before. But we may reach a point where we just have to purchase the new vehicle, and the cost is the cost.
Okay. Seeing no other questions or comments. So we've got a motion to receive Mr. Molinari's report, and then there is the recommendation for the top-up of the $50,000 on that Queensville Side Road Bridge near McCowan. And there was a top-up of that $50,000. So I'll do the motion as be it resolved that the Engineering and Public Works 2026 tax-supported budget, 2026 fee-supported budget, the 2026 capital, open capital projects, and the 10-year capital status review be received, and that the proposed recommendation to address CI 24009 Queensville Side Road Bridge 109 design budget top-up noted in addendum number 2. Looking for a mover on that, Councillor Leahy. Any further discussion on this? All those in favor? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, is there anything else that we need to do from a housekeeping perspective on this, or no?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe you've dealt with the receipt of the information and the amendment for that top-up in one motion. I'm just going to confirm with finance staff if there is anything remaining for this area.
Through you, Mr. Chair, nothing at this time.
Okay, great. Okay, so Mr. Marshall, next department.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the next department is our Parks, Recreation, and Culture, with General Manager Karmazin ready to go through his budget for us.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Parks, Recreation, and Culture budget. I'll start off with the department overview. Parks, Rec, and Culture Department is comprised of 3 different branches. The Parks branch, which leads new park development, as well as design, construction, maintenance, and operations for all existing parks, trails, open spaces, as well as streetscape and urban design. The Facilities branch leads all of the design, construction, maintenance, and operations of all of our facilities, including corporate facilities and parks and recreation facilities. The Recreation branch leads all of our rec programming, special events, volunteerism, partnerships, community engagement, and facility permit administration. Approximately just under 50 full-time staff, supplemented by 223 part-time and seasonal and student positions. The next pages provide an overview of our core programs and services, as well as our projects and strategic initiatives for 2026. Just like to highlight a few of them. Our programs and memberships, we're seeing unprecedented growth, obviously, with the opening of the Health and Active Living Plaza. For community engagement and events, we're looking to report back to council on our final recommendations on our event strategy for into 2026 and beyond. And then as well, we've had a very successful rollout of our tree protection bylaw, and we have a very robust report back at the end of the year for council with regards to that initiative as well. And then last but not least is the completion of the Health and Active Living Plaza park, which would complete the entire project. We do have a report back to council November 18th on a full budget summary on that project, and that'll carry over into 2026 with a final report back on the project budget for 2026. Looking at the department metrics, very much indicative of a high-growth municipality with high growth with number of parks, parkland acreage, active transportation and trails, total kilometers, facilities that we own and manage and operate and insure, and then as well capital projects with obviously a large spike between 2022 to 2025, bringing on the Health and Active Living Plaza facility, Event Street, and then into 2026 the park construction. You'll see similar type growth with registered programs offered in special events. With permitting transactions, typically when we report out these numbers, end of October, November, and December, we see very robust programming and permits within our arena facilities, for example, and indoor spaces not all those numbers are fully captured with regards to permit transactions and numbers. So there will be a spike towards the end of the year. With active net accounts, it's kind of counterintuitive. We've increased programs, but actually decreased our accounts with some cleanup through the active net system. We've found things such as duplicate accounts, so it's more working on efficiency. So that would be sort of an actual baseline of our true resident-based accounts, as well as our non-resident-based accounts, which we provide a surcharge to as well. For the budget summary, approximately $11.1 million budget, 26% of the total town-wide budget. The main driver is the Health and Active Living Plaza. So obviously accounting for the operational implications for that facility. Been planning with finance for the last 6 years on a multi-year funding strategy to account for that. And then obviously some very robust revenue numbers to help offset those operating costs. And I will also add under the salaries and benefits, one of the main drivers is step increases as well as a part-time wage adjustment that was implicated within this year's budget. The net budget is a total increase of approximately 3%, $198,000, but that does include the full service level enhancement, again, with the Health and Active Living Plaza and the last staffing to be added on in 2026. You'll see under the detailed budget chart, the major driver is, again, salaries and benefits. And that's, again, with the last year, the dedicated tax rate increase for the Health and Active Living Plaza operations, as well as step increases and a part-time wage adjustment. You'll see some cost savings on not having to rent a pool facility to host aquatics operations. And then as well as some program instructor adjustments, which have been accounted for with some of our part-time staff dollars, as well as full-time staff that we've brought on, some efficiencies built in. And then as well, you'll see robust increases under the revenue lines to help offset for those operating expenditure increases. So the next slide, you'll see expenditures by branch. So pretty much balanced, however heavily weighted as far as obviously the Health and Active Living Plaza being a focus over the last 6 years, and within this last year is a final year for the dedicated tax rate increase. So I'll just pause at this point if council has any questions related to the department overview, the metrics, or the budget that's been presented for 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Karmazin. Members of committee. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. So on page 85, where you have the two circle diagrams, expenditures by branch and revenues by branch, the Health and Active Living Plaza, there was $2,742,538, and then the revenues were $2,147,000. So how are we making up that gap?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's actually through tax room built. It's through taxes that have been built over the last 6 years.
So is that the, if I can ask a further question for clarification. So it's about $600,000, correct? So I'm just wondering maybe if it's Mr. Marshall or Mr. Karmazin who can answer the question. So we are looking at but that's for operating costs, a tax increase of 1% this year, because in the past you were planning ahead and you were saving up monies to pay for operating costs. But could we have a little bit more clarification on through the taxes built up over the past 6 years? Can you just say a little bit more about that, about the gap?
Mr. Marshall, did you want to take that, or on the process of the funding model?
Sure, I can take a stab. Through you, Mr. Chair. So over the planned expenditures for the Health and Active Living Plaza we had estimated $2.1 million. So we had been putting a dedicated tax contribution each year aside so we could fund that amount. So this is our last year of doing that. So that's our $2.1 million of tax-supported funding. So there's also revenues that are generated from the use of the facility. So the 2.1 million in expenditures is a net amount. So that's net of the revenues that we would be receiving as well. So the 2.1 million that we're looking for was solely tax supported, which is what we've been contributing towards over the past several years. So there's also approximately $2 million of revenues, 2.1 million of revenues associated with that to offset the total costs of running the Health and Active Living Plaza.
So a follow-up question. So maybe for clarification, how much does it cost every year to run the Health and Active Living Plaza? I know it just opened, but what is your estimate for an annual operating cost?
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Chair, could refer you to the, actually I'll pull up the presentation that we provided at the budget preview. Let's see what slide it was. Sorry, just give me a second here to put the slide. After. Here we go. Sorry, so through you, Mr. Chair. So between, for just Parks, Recreation, and Culture, their total salaries and benefits are $2.4 million, and operating costs of $500,000. So total expenses are $2.9 million. We had a offsetting revenue of $2.1 million, which gets your net budget impact of $800,000. That's just for Parks, Recreation, and Culture. Then we have the library component that has a net budget impact of $850,000 a year, and support departments with a net operating impact of $450,000 a year. And that total amount is the $2.1 million that we've been putting aside for tax from our dedicated tax contributions.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. So I understand that part. I understand the $2.1 million part. What I'm asking is, where is the, I guess, $800,000 going to come from in future years?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that's the tax-supported contributions. So I guess what's confusing is that in the Parks Recreation, the number that we've been quoting, 2.1 million, is for everything. So it includes Parks, Recreation, and Culture, it includes library, and it includes the support departments. So what you're seeing in this budget is just the PRC component of it. And that's where you're getting the difference between the 2.8 and the 2.1 million.
Right. So how much is it going to cost to operate the Health and Active Living Plaza on an annual basis?
Okay. So through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know if we have the presentation here, but the chart shows that for the Parks, Recreation, and Culture component, it's $2.9 million. For the library component, it's $875,000. And for the support departments, it's $450,000. So a gross cost of $4.2 million, less revenues that we're projecting of $2.1 million, which leaves a budget that we're going to be providing through tax levy contributions that we've made since 2016 or 2015 of $2.1 million. So if you add the revenues of $2.1 million plus the tax levy contribution of $2.1 million, that gets you the $4.2 million. That is the total gross cost of operating the facility.
For 1 year? For 1 year? How
Yes,
many-
annually.
Annually, so it's $4.2 million per year?
Yes, so we actually
Okay.
have the slide up
In
here.
total?
Yes.
So in the
Gross.
future, so this year, for 2026, we're increasing the taxes by 1% to cover that little bit of a gap that you've been planning for.
Correct.
I understand. So my question is, the $4.2 million annual cost
Yes.
for the entire Health and Active Living Plaza, how are we going to pay for that operating cost every year moving forward from 2027 onwards?
Mr. Valchik, I saw your hand up there.
Mr. Chair, perhaps I can help a little bit here. I'll just take a stab at just explaining what Mr. Marshall has said, maybe just a little bit differently. The total cost of $4.2 million to operate is offset by 2.125 in revenue, which are fees paid for folks to use the facility, with a net pressure, which would be a tax levy fund of $2.1 million. With the amount that is being proposed for 2026, that 2.1 million exists in our base. It's there. So there will be no additional funds required through new tax levies moving forward to fund the $2.1 million. This is the final year of carving out tax room. So I think what you're probably, well, I don't want to say what you're probably doing, but what you might be doing is sort of assuming what most municipalities do, which is they wait until they open a facility and then they put through a whopping 7 to 10% tax levy pressure to try and operate a facility. We didn't want to do that to the residents. So what we've been doing is slowly carving out incremental amounts over the past several years so there was no massive spike in taxes to operate the help. So then the question might be, so then what have you done with the money that you've carved out over the last 6 years? And the answer to that would be we've been using that strategically to address another strategic priority of the town, which is bolster our asset management reserves. So we've been not only incrementally carving out money in a manner that avoids the spikes for residents, but we used that money in the interim to support asset management reserve contributions, and then we've reprofiled that in 2025, late 2025, and now moving into 26 to actually operate the help. But the good news is there is no spike required because that's been collected over a number of years. So it was a very deliberate strategy to provide that sort of incremental collection rather than a big spike, which perhaps most are sort of wondering, where's the big spike? There isn't because of the way that we've approached this.
Thank you very much. So my last follow-up question is then, so you're saying that in future years, in 2027, 2028, there will not be a tax levy increase to support the operation costs of the Health and Active Living Plaza?
Mr. Chairman, the $2.1 million required to fund the net portion net of fees Once the 2026 budget is approved, if it's approved with the final installment of 1% for the help, that money is now fully built into the base budget in East Gwillimbury. So there's no need to collect that in the future. It's already been collected and it's already part of the base.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. Thank you. I'm glad we got there. Thank you.
Any other members of committee? Mr. Karmazin, did you want to continue?
Thank you. We'll now move to the capital projects. It can be found on page 118 of your binder. So capital projects take the form of either DC back projects, development charge back projects, which are for growth and enhancement of services. I'll provide an example of that. For example, the Anchor Park pickleball courts. That would be an entire development charges back project to enhance and provide a new level of service within that park facility. We do have a number of repair and replacement projects as well within this capital budget. Some examples are some playground replacements, and as well, with our facilities infrastructure, we operate a facilities network with a number of different facilities, different types of facilities with different ages, and forecasts with regards to tangible capital asset repair and replacement. And we adhere to our 10-year plan as well as our replacement plan. So you'll see a number of the projects that are within the budget that do focus on some of our existing aging infrastructure with some of our facilities. For example, North Union for some exterior repairs and roof assessment and repairs. We have the sports complex that we've noted for some repairs as well. So we very much have been focused on the growth projects such as the Health and Active Living Plaza, but we are focused as well on rejuvenating our existing facilities with repair and replacement projects over time. And we do collect from and contribute through our asset management program to our tangible capital asset facilities capital reserve in order to pay for those projects. So I'll just take a pause, Mr. Chair. If there's any questions with regards to any of the specific projects, I'm certainly available to address any questions council may have.
Councillor Foster, did I see your hand go? Yep. Councillor Foster, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Karmazin, I certainly don't have any issues with, the pickleball courts we're building and the plan to have 2 in each of the major parts of town kind of thing. It makes perfect sense. The one thing that does make me wonder, and I'm sure you have an answer for this, is there any opportunity to make these a multi-use court? So I feel even better about us spending money that is not specifically toward pickleball, but that facility or that part of the facility or improvement could be used for something else, or am I kind of going down the wrong road here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have tried to incorporate pickleball into tennis courts. However, we have been unsuccessful. I'll say that pickleball players are purists in a sense that they like the net at a certain height. They require specific types of game lines and surfacing. And so we have made best efforts to try to incorporate pickleball into tennis courts, and it has been unsuccessful. So moving forward, we found it's best practice to have dedicated pickleball courts. We also see interference with pickleball players and tennis players wanting to access the courts at similar times. What we have found is that lighting our pickleball courts provide, like we do with our tennis courts, is also a strategy that we're looking to incorporate moving forward to prolong the gaming season, if you will, and to provide an enhanced level of service. So to answer your question, Councillor, we have tried it, and we've decided to focus specifically on purpose-built pickleball courts.
Councillor Foster, do you have a follow-up, or before I bring it back? Oh, good. Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Councillor Carruthers had her hand up, and then Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thanks. About time that Ward 1 got some pickleball, so thank you for that. Residents have been asking for it, so I'm happy to see it finally getting it. I'm looking at facilities. Can we ask a question about facilities now? Is that, yeah? At what point do some of these older facilities become prohibitive to repair, become end of life? I'm looking at River Drive Park, for instance. It feels like we keep putting Band-Aids on it, but at the end of the day, it will never have an accessible washroom. We've got the ramp in there, but the washroom doors are like yay wide. You're never gonna get in there with a walker, let alone a wheelchair. So I'm just wondering, at what point do we stop putting money into Band-Aids and actually rebuild some of these facilities? Now, it's a pretty hard thing to then think about when we just open the help, but I'm looking down the road. At what point would we look for a replacement facility? North Union is another one. It's a lovely old building, but at what point does it become more expensive to keep it upgraded versus a new facility for that community?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Councillor. Absolutely. At a certain point, you have to take a look at the business case on what type of capital repair and placement you're putting into a facility, and then at what point, providing there's a community demand for that facility and its location, at a certain point, do you reconstruct the facility entirely? And so I think one of the things we may look at, in particular with our repair and replacement schedule, for example, River Drive Park, is we might propose back to council with an amendment to maybe look at the accessibility only for 2026, removing the ramp and maybe doing a lift at that facility, and then assessing our older infrastructure with our Parks and Rec master plan in 2027. So we're coming back to council. We're at the end of our 10-year master plan that council adopted in 2018. So we'll be proposing back to council a new master plan in 2027. And at that point, maybe we look at some of our aging infrastructure and what to do as far as a business case for perhaps more reconstruction work than the constant piecemeal repair and replacement projects that are often very costly as opposed to a reconstruction project. And then looking at, the feasibility of the usage of those facilities and how they're being used. And there might be alternate uses for the site as well, for town purposes as well, that we could contemplate within a broader master plan.
I think we also have to look at the barriers to usage. Why are some facilities used more than others? I know with River Drive Park, it is a lower cost facility to rent, so sometimes people don't have money to rent a room at a more expensive facility, but it's cost effective, so that's important. And I do believe the residents of River Drive Park would rather have an old facility than no facility, so there's that aspect of it too. I just want to make sure that there's a little bit of equity, that some communities don't have, run-down facilities and other ones have brand-new facilities. So just kind of throwing that out there. But I also want to just get a little bit more of a better idea about where the money comes from. So there's a facility reserve, but I'm also thinking this is somewhat asset management too. So where do facilities fit into asset management?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as far and I won't try to interject into finances, business, and specialty. However, it's my understanding that there's a general collection from that goes to asset management, and a portion of that is assigned to the facilities capital reserve.
Got it. Okay, that's good. No other questions. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Roy DiClemente, thank you.
Thank you. I had a few questions about a couple of the projects, but I guess my largest question would be, I know that, I see that our facilities reserve is healthy enough to be able to absorb some of the investments that are being proposed in the capital program, but our parks structures reserve is sitting in a deficit position of 1.2, almost 1.3 million, and our parks development fees reserve, which is development specific, is also sitting in a deficit position of 836,000. So I'm just wondering what the process is to assess these projects for a prioritization, and what the plan is to address that that deficit in the park structure reserve.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'll refer the question in relation to the park structure reserve and replenishment of the park structure reserve to finance and our general manager of finance, and then perhaps we can circle back to the question about how we assess certain parks projects moving forward to be drawn down off of that reserve.
So through you, Mr. Chair. So the park structure reserve, we had identified a couple years ago that there was no dedicated contribution going towards replenishing the reserve. So I think it was the 2024 budget, we assigned a dedicated contribution towards it. When we get to updating our asset management reserve contributions, there'll be more dedicated funds going towards it as well. When we have our year-end surplus, one of the exercises that we do is look at the reserves to see which ones are needing top-ups, and we assign the surplus to those reserves as well.
Mr. Karmazin, did you want to go in and kind of answer the second part of the question regarding the determination on the parks?
Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor. Right, yeah.
So typically, through you, Mr. Chair, typically over time we take a look at the tangible capital asset replacement schedule, and when something is at end of life, we inspect it to ensure the condition assessment is consistent with what we've forecasted. In addition to that, there are certain projects where there are some regulatory requirements. For example, playgrounds have a CSA standard that we have to apply, and that's from a risk management perspective, the industry best practice to mitigate risk management. So there are some projects on this proposed capital project list that do have some of those implications with regards to some of the playground replacements. Other projects are, there is somewhat of a revenue offset with some of them, and some of them are just end-of-life projects, such as the resurfacing of the Holland Landing tennis courts, where the asset is simply hit the end of its life cycle. We've assessed it, it's consistent with what our forecast says. And then some of the projects as well, we will look at if we can report back further to council on possibly deferring where necessary.
Thank you. I think it would be helpful, Mr. Marshall, if you could help us see what that, I guess, the intersection of the lines of expenditure and contributions to reserve looks like using your 10-year capital forecasting, because I'd like to see when, because right now we're putting money in, but we're also taking money out, right? No, it's, so we've got $1,071,000 committed right now in park structures. And then we're going to contribute 295, but we're drawing down another 1.4. So at what point are we going to, actually going to put this reserve into the black? Because we're going to continuously have projects that have reached end of life. obviously, it's asset management 101, but I'd like to see where those two lines intersect in the long term. If I could have that information, I would really be helpful to me to understand this capital program in its entirety, because to Councillor Carruthers' point, we've also got aging pieces of infrastructure and facilities that see a low amount of permit revenue, but are attractive to to certain groups that are local to that neighborhood. At what point do we say, you know what, we're not going to do the accessibility ramp, we're going to put a lift in, and we're going to just do Band-Aids, or you know what, we really need to invest, but we can't necessarily. I'm using facilities and I'm cross-contaminating it with parks, and I'm sorry, but it's that same program, is trying to understand what's happening there. Thank you.
I believe Councillor Foster wanted to double back. Councillor Foster?
Thank you, and I do agree with the Councillor Carruthers' point about, you know, maybe having a lower cost facility to that might be attractive to some folks. So I'd really look forward to doing a deeper dive in how we keep those buildings kind of up and running, and maybe we need to be a little bit creative on how we finance and treat it as a renovation that you might do to your home, where you put X number of dollars and see how far that takes you this year, and then worry about another one next year. But moving on a little further from that, I kind of wanted to ask Mr. Karmazin about the Harvest Hills playground equipment replacement. And I think I had this conversation with someone, I'm not sure. You mentioned in the business case about higher use due to being next door to the school. Is there any opportunity for some sort of a partnership with the school board on that replacement? And I realize that might be something that they don't necessarily do, but I mean, any sort of a partnership would help us from a budget point of view. I just wonder if there's been any thought given to that.
Mr. Karmazin.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have a very good relationship with the school board and very good agreement with the Harvest Hills Activity Center, the school, the sports field at that location. They don't typically fund parks because it does tend to set a precedence with regards to the board and obviously multiple locations across the region. However, we can certainly ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Karmazin. Any other questions from members of committee? I know that there's still a couple sections that Mr. Karmazin does need to go through. Mr. Karmazin, if you wish to proceed, and then we will ask questions at the end of the section and ask questions as a whole as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll turn our attention to the open capital list. So we'll start with the Parks Open Capital. I will add that these projects typically we put on to the capital list in order for a year of design and a year of construction. So typically we have a year of design and then fulfillment. Most of the projects on this list, I would say 80% of the projects on this list are set to be completed and removed off of the list. We are awaiting final invoicing, holdbacks, all of those types of things, but you will see that there is progress and there is activity happening with each of these, and we are set to remove the vast majority of them off of the capital schedule in 2025, with some holdovers into 2026. I'll give you a couple of examples. And they're approvals that, they're projects that require approvals with other authorities having jurisdiction. The 404 Gateway entry feature has been a very challenging project in a sense that the grading of the highway when entering East Gwillimbury at Green Lane is very challenging. And in working with the MTO, there's been some challenges with regards to citing a entry feature and getting our approvals, but we're working through it. Soldiers Bay is another project where we've both had to seek approvals through the region as well as the LSRCA. We now have all of those approvals, and we're set to tender the project and deliver that for completion in the summer of 2026. As well, the tree protection bylaw administration, we've had success with the rollout of that program with regards to permits, orders, penalties, and most of all curbing the negative activity with removals that we've seen in the past. And we'll be providing a fulsome report back to council later this year, prior to the end of the year in December, on the entire tree protection program, including the bylaw. Under our facilities area of certainly noteworthy, and there's certainly more information in the November 18th report, is the completion of the Health and Active Living Plaza facility and Event Street. So we're happy that project is significantly within the council-approved budget and the timelines that we had committed to. And then there are a number of projects on here. I would say well over 3/4 of the projects will be removed off the list, again waiting for final billing and holdbacks on a number of these projects. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have with regards to any specific project.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to highlight the item PR 25-012, which is the Holland Landing Community Center elevator replacement. And first, I wanted to give a shout out to the facility staff, because on last Friday night, they were there in the evening, 7:30 and later, trying to repair the elevator before the Hollyberry show, which saw over 500 people come through on that Saturday. And unfortunately, there were several individuals in wheelchairs who were unable to access the Hollyberry show, either on the upper level because there's a short series of steps, or go to the basement because of the elevator not functioning. So I'm happy to see that this was previously approved. I wanted to note that it's $143,000 to replace the elevator. But I was hoping that you could provide a little bit more detail about, because there's been so much frustration with the groups that use the facility, et cetera, why ramps weren't in there sooner. Apparently, they've been asking for ramps for quite a while, and at least if there had been a ramp there, individuals in wheelchairs could have enjoyed at least the upper level of the Hollyberry show. So could you provide a little bit more detail on the timeline of what transpired in replacing the elevator and in providing ramps for the Holland Landing Community Center, please? Thank you.
Mr. Carbison.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did receive notice from the elevator servicing company that particular elevator would be defunct. However, we got a later notice in the year indicating that they would have issues with replacing certain parts. So that certainly was a challenge, being presented that information at a later date after the capital project was approved. We've since expedited the project and awarded the tender that was tendered this month, and we'll seek to perform the construction in early 2026. As far as the ramp rental, we were operating the elevator, and it's as of late that we had some malfunctions later in the year, in particular in October and November. There is a significant cost to a ramp rental, and so what we've decided to do is merge the cost of the ramp rental as a backup at this point. In addition to that, it will also double as a backup while we're performing work on the elevator. So that's expected again into early 2026, and we're also working with the groups within the facility to find alternate space and access through the ramp to the York Room. should they need it in the event of a malfunction.
Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Mr. Carmers, and I want to thank you for the emails that you've been sending to us regularly on this to keep us all up to date. I appreciate having that granular level of detail, knowing how hard this is hitting the community, and we look forward to when we can get some access for the people who are using those facilities. Thank you.
Is there anything else under the open capital projects? Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. So item number CP 22-023, Health and Active Living Plaza Building and Park Construction. So we have some big numbers here, over $81 million budget prior to 2025, and then the total approved budget is over 100 million. So which part of does that include the external, the exterior park development that's ongoing? So we've opened up the building itself and all of the interior, but it's going to take until at least next summer to potentially complete all of the exterior facilities. So where is that cost, and is it included in this for the exterior of the Health and Active Living Plaza?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the budget that you see here under that project line is the total order of magnitude of the facility, the park, as well as the event street. A detailed breakdown is provided in the report, the update memo provided to council on November 18th, where it specifically breaks out each of those components, and it provides the total approved budget, what's been spent to date, as well as projected to end of project.
Thank you for that. So on November 18th, we'll get that breakdown of all of that information.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the memo is actually in the council information package that you should have available.
Okay, thank you very much.
If there's no other questions, I'm looking online. Okay, then we can, sorry, Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. Just the 404 Town Gateway feature has been, it says it's from 2022, but I think it's actually a lot longer than that, because it's been around for as long as I have been here. And I'm just wondering, it's an important, from my perspective, it's an important economic development tool. It literally puts us on the map. We're one of the only municipalities that doesn't have some sort of a recognition as you enter into our community. I'm just wondering if there's any way for us to expedite this one. I know it's an MTO thing, but it's been on the books for a while.
Mr. Karmazin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It has been on the books for a while. We did experience at one point, we did put the project on hold, I believe, when we had a logo change. I think that was going to change significantly change the sign configuration, as well as the look and the feel of the sign. But we do have it as a high priority to work with the MTO to cite the entry feature and then design it and build it in 26.
Okay. Mr. Karmazin, did you want to take the wheel in the next section?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The last section, I believe, is the 10-year capital replacement plan. So the 10-year plan is primarily focused on, is solely focused on repair and replacement projects. However, there are some larger scale capital projects that are development charge eligible that we've noted, in particular an arena expansion project, as well as looking at the Holland Landing Community Center, and then as well as the Man Albert Community Center over time, and then doing a feasibility study as well on renovation of the Ross family complex as another larger scale capital project that would be more of a renovation and an enhancement and expansion of the facility. But as you can see, there are a number of projects that we've identified for 2026 and a number of projects on an ongoing basis where we're working with finance and the asset management plan in order to fund these projects over time. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on the 10-year plan and any one project that Councillor may have questions with.
So, Councillor Leahy, do you mind if I'm just trying to get my head around when I look at this, I know you have a project for this year, but then moving forward on the 10-year, over the next couple of years, you have these generators for each of the facilities. And I'm trying to get my head, when I read it, I'm trying to get my head around the exposure that the municipality would have on the health and active living plaza. That's one thing. But when you look at the Lions Hall or the Ross family complex, like one of the generators is like, we're going to do the kind of discovery stage of it this year for 30, and then like 180, but then the Ross family complex generator is actually less than the Mount Albert Lions Club. And so could you kind of explain to me why this is, from a cost benefit analysis, the investment of those capital dollars, at least on specifically the Lions Club and then the Ross family complex, why that type of investment would pay dividends for us to make that investment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, over time, it's beneficial to repair and replace facilities primarily for two reasons. Number one is to eliminate service disruptions and to maintain the asset in a safe and usable condition, but then as well is to rejuvenate the facility to generate revenue from programs and permits.
Sorry, did I read this wrong? Do we already have a generator in place?
Oh, sorry.
I'm talking about,
so
there's
sorry.
Yeah.
When you said generator, I thought you meant
generating fund. Yeah.
Like generating funds. Sorry, the generator that's proposed is a full scale backup generator. And it would back up the facility in the event, obviously, of a power outage, but then it also backs up the pump systems and all of the building systems, which have a service disruption, and we do have a number of service disruptions in that area because of power fluctuations. We are looking at, and we could potentially report back to council with another alternative, and that's a plug-in for a truck-mounted generator that we already own. So that might be another option that we might look at to present back to council as a secondary option, or a less costly option, if you will, that would back up that facility, and we could utilize some of the existing fleet infrastructure that we already have. It would just be providing the proper plug-in point at the facility would be a more cost-effective solution.
And that does come out of the facilities budget line, but you have it on repair and replace, but we don't actually have a generator.
So on the 10-year, we also have enhancement projects on the 10-year.
maybe I'll do a follow-up to try and better, because I know there's the project for this year, and then there's the subsequent projects, and then the math didn't quite look right, because I would have thought the Ross family complex would have been more than the Lions Club, and so maybe I have some follow-up questions that I might put in an email, just to get clarity on. And then
Yeah, sorry, being a rural property as well, we do get a number of outages at the Mount Albert Lions that we normally wouldn't get at Ross within the village core.
Sure, and I guess my point is, again, I don't want to keep belaboring it, because we could talk all day about different items on the budget, but I'm just trying to get my head around it, like the loss that we are trying to prevent by having a generator. It is not like food spoilage, or what is the deductible, so you're saying that we need the generator to ensure the equipment that we have operating there on the HVAC is not going to be damaged. So then what's our deductible on that? Like, if we're going to spend close to 200,000 on just that one, on the generator, that's what I'm trying to say. Is that the right investment for us? Councillor Crone, to your rescue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see this as a good investment, because when you look at our community centers, in times of emergency, they will become, if it's in the summer, they could become cooling centers for folks.
That's good.
In the winter, they're warming centers. So, and anytime there's a natural disaster, people are going to naturally go to those facilities. So I think it makes good sense. It's a good investment. Yeah, it's going to cost a few bucks, but I think when we need it, no one will complain that we invested the money. So I support it.
So I have one more item, and then we go to Councillor Leahy, and then Councillor Roy DiClemente. So last year, did we not do the atrium windows, and then I see them coming up again? The atrium windows or atrium skylight. I feel like
I agree.
I keep seeing this on the budget.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have replaced them in phases, and we did have a pause for a number of years, and now we're noticing another section that we're having to replace. So we have done this project in phases. They are quite costly, in particular just from an access standpoint to perform that type of a glazing.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So I'm very excited to see PR-30-007, 007, Senior Center. I've been asking since I became a councillor, because the seniors are dear to my heart, and the 55 and up club and other seniors clubs are growing, the demographic is growing, and there have been multiple requests for a dedicated standalone senior center. And so you have here at under 2030, $5 million in the 10-year capital budget forecast. I'm wondering if you could share a few more details about that. And I also have a very important question, which you benefited from with the building of the Health and Active Living Plaza, which is, should we now start a fund and start putting away money so that in 2030, if we want to start building a senior center, that we wouldn't be hit with a big spike in property taxes to support that.
Mr. Carmazin.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have identified a senior center as a future capital project. We have built that into our development charge background study to collect for that, to pay for a future senior center. That was a recommendation as a part of our long-term Parks and Rec master plan facility build-out, and that will likely be validated again in 2027 and 28 when we do our updated Parks and Rec master plan. I will say that a senior center is less of an impact as far as operations than an 80,000 square foot facility with a Class A aquatic center, gymnasium, library, and program rooms. So that impact will be less significant. However, the strategy would still apply. For example, if we were to if we were to approve the project and start building over a year or two, again, you could manage that tax rate increase with the similar type of strategy that we've employed with finance to multi-year fund any impact to operating.
So one last follow-up question with regard to that. So what steps can be taken between now and 2030? And do you need to have funding for a study or a strategic study on where it might be located, et cetera?
Through you, Mr. Chair, our next recommended best step is to, again, and we have no reason to think that it would not be validated through our Parks and Rec Master Planning, but again, to validate through our Parks and Rec Master Plan, and then start taking a look at where a facility would be feasible as far as servicing, for servicing the residents. And then from there, we could start to detail out what a design, capital project for design would look like, and then following that, a detailed design and construction.
So if I may, is there anything that you need from council to get this in motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, when it comes time to recommend our Parks and Rec Master Plan, I think that would be the next best step, and we would include as a major component looking at and analyzing what our seniors' needs and requirements are. I can say that I stopped over to the 55 and up club last week, and they're up over 400 members as well. I've been in frequent consultation with the Golden Acres and the Friendship Circle in Mount Albert, and all of those clubs are seeking more programming and more opportunities. So simply a support for our upcoming Parks and Rec Master Plan, not necessarily a request for this budget, but for 2027. And then we would clearly identify, looking at what our needs are for seniors, so we could tailor make and build a space that could accommodate for those needs.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from committee to Mr. Karmazin? Sorry, every time I look down, I look away, and then I looked at the thing. So Councilor Roy DiComente.
Thank you. I did have some questions about some of the 2026 capital items. One was the Vivian Creek. It's showing the description as a design, but the budget is a construction. So I'm just wondering, are we just designing it, or does that budget include construction? It seems a little light if it includes construction.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be for design.
And given that we have some incredible staff on our payroll, is that something, is there a reason why they can't undertake that design, especially since it's a redesign? It's not a brand-new park. It's an existing park that just needs to be refreshed. Can they not take that on?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in most cases, with that type of a scope, we would want to sub that out to a landscape, to an external landscape architect. We do have landscape architects on staff. However, there is typically a consulting team that's usually assigned. For example, structural, mechanical, and electrical engineers also support a design that would be required under that consultation.
Is that because of the high water table and some of the issues that they're experiencing in that park?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's anything from grading. With Parks Reconstruction, we look at grading plans, we look at structures, we look at playground structures, footings. There's electrical systems that are typically put in if there's pathway lighting and stuff of that nature. That's why we're recommending that we sub out the project to an external design firm.
Thank you. You've got a project for an asphalt pathway in Brenner Park. I'm just wondering, generally at least our trail standards is not to pave pathways. So I'm just wondering, given that facility isn't heavily used, that's a long distance to go from, I think it's William Street to the park, and the school itself has an active application to move over to Morel Boulevard. I'm just wondering if that is an expenditure that's absolutely necessary.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is a very small expenditure of a larger capital project that amalgamates different expenditures to bring our parks up to our current standard. The issue we have with Brenner Park is the playground structure is located essentially in the middle of an open space and field. We do get feedback that people, for accessibility purposes and in particular strollers, have issues traversing the sports field and the field area to get to that park, and it doesn't meet our current park standards. So this project does take a look at those parks to have them meet that baseline standard, and it also sets the standard for moving forward that, so we're respectful of that standard with our existing parks and our future parks construction.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Chair. A couple more. I think Councillor Carruthers raised the question of River Drive Park, and I certainly would support reassessing that project I think the biggest expenditure there was the ramp, and if there's an alternative there to be able to meet our obligations under AODA, maybe it's a lift or something that's a little bit more value engineered. I know you're good at that. I certainly would support that reassessment. I really like the idea of retrofitting our facilities, especially Lions, with the ability to plug into a truck-mounted generator. I think that gives us the flexibility to be able to create those cooling centers, heating centers, address emergency issues, but also not have to expend and create what I would consider to be a much higher level of service with respect to those facilities. And then I had two more. The Ross family, the LED retrofits. I'm just wondering how long you might anticipate it would take for us to realize savings from the energy costs of those new light fixtures.
Through you, Mr. Chair, typically with those types of lighting retrofits, we experience approximately a 7-year payback. The lighting systems are typically 15 to 20 years as far as a duration for the life cycle of those types of systems, from going from incandescent to a fully sealed LED type of system.
So the lighting system there is obviously longer than 15 to 20 years, so it's time anyway.
However, the lighting system that's there is incandescent, so you have to replace. There's bulb replacements, whereas LEDs, they're fixed. The commercial fixtures, you install them once, and then you would get the 15 to 20 year lifespan. On occasion, the weakest point is the driver in the fixture that you might have to replace. Which is a very low cost replacement, but the return on investment typically is approximately a 7-year horizon.
Okay, thank you. And my last one was actually your last one, and this was the offices at the Ops Center. That's a brand new facility, and given that we have a hybrid workforce who we only expect them to be in the office 50% of the time, I'm not sure I'm overly enthusiastic about spending that kind of money retrofitting a building that we really only just opened.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the project, it is a newer building. However, we have made accommodations to expand the requirements of EPW to house administration staff in addition to operation staff. Out of that facility, and they're They've indicated requirements for 3 dedicated offices, but that would also free up some office space here at the Civic Center. So it's a net of approximately 6 office spaces that we would benefit. And it being a newer construction, you know, there still is a dollar amount because we do have to bring on an architect, go through the same process for a major reconstruction as we would for, you know, just building 3 offices. We do have to generate drawings, we have to generate a scope of work, a building permit, and those types of things. So that's why you're seeing, you know, a cost associated with that project.
Thank you for the explanation. I guess fundamentally, I don't think I want to spend that kind of money, period. I think it's worth a larger conversation, which is that of space needs and what we're doing as far as staff. You know, we talked about hybrid workspaces. We talked about, you know, the fact that we don't necessarily need exclusivity of real estate within our municipal facilities for staff. You know, I understand that if someone is in a supervisory role, they need to be able to have access to a room where a private conversation can take place. That doesn't necessarily have to be an office. That can be a meeting room. That's certainly how I operated when I was managing staff in an office building downtown. We used meeting rooms when I was doing performance reviews and so on. So from my perspective, this is a brand new building, and I would prefer to hear more information about sort of the longer term space needs analysis for our staff rather than spending $100,000 on 2 offices. Thank you.
If there's no other questions or comments, Mr. Valchek, you look like you're looking
Yeah,
for clarity.
just for clarity, just, Mr. Karmazin, can you just confirm, is it for 2 offices? I thought I heard you say 6. Am I, what's the number, just so we know what the number is?
It's for 3 offices. It's a retrofit of 3 spaces, and that could potentially build capacity, open up 3 other offices at the Civic Center for a net of 6.
Okay.
So 6 total offices available.
Councillor Roy DiClemente.
So page 288 says it's 2 offices, number 1. Number 2, if it means that we're going to vacate 3 existing offices here at the Civic Center, does that mean that there are already offices for these individuals and this is just moving them?
Who would like to take that?
Yeah. So it would be moving one of them. The other is working from an existing space that we would subdivide into 2 offices.
Mr. Chair, my position remains where it was despite further information. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, I believe that's the end of Mr. Karmazin's presentation.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yep, yes,
That's
absolutely,
it.
that's the end.
That is
If you
the
say
end.
that's the end, that's the end.
That is the end. Okay, folks, it's 4:13. We should have a motion to receive. So be it resolved, thanks. Councillor Crone will do that. And be it resolved that the Parks, Recreation, and Culture 2026 tax supported budget, 2026 fee supported budget, 2026 capital budget, open capital budget, and the 10-year capital status review be received. Councillor Crone, any further discussion? All those in favor? Motion carries. So, we were scheduled till 4 today. I know that we still have other departments, of course. Mr. Marshall, would we simply pick up at the next scheduled meeting? Yes, we're seeing nods, which is Wednesday, November 19th, which is 1 week from today. So, looks like, do we actually do a motion to adjourn? I guess so. Motion to adjourn. So it'd be resolved that the meeting of the Budget Committee adjourn at 4:14 p.m. All those in, mover, Councillor Cronin, actually no, Councillor Foster should get it. Councillor Foster is getting the motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Motion carries. All right, thanks, folks.